Good evening. Hope everybody had a wonderful Thursday. The work day is done. There we are. What's up, Kennedy? Thanks for coming out tonight, man. Decided to do this last minute. I sat down earlier to watch the video, the SCL Tech Talk from today. I was on the road this morning. I would have done it live, but I was on the road all morning, so I didn't get back till this afternoon. And then, yeah, I sat down to do it, and then I got interrupted. I was just gonna watch the video myself, react to it, record it, and post it. And then I got sidetracked, and now I'm just sitting down to do it again, and I'm like, you know what? I saw that it was like almost 3 hours long. I'm like, shit. Might as well just bring folks along for the ride while we watch this. So that's what we're gonna do. Maybe some other interesting thing. So when I was on the road today, I fired up the stream while it was live. I didn't hear much of it, but I probably heard maybe 15 minutes worth, like right in the middle, I think, or maybe a little bit before the halfway point. And so I was hearing a little bit, and the one thing that I was thinking as they were talking about some of the problems and the challenges they were having, and I couldn't help but read some of the Twitch chat where people were like, it's been 14 years, and you don't have this, and 14 years, and you don't have that. I'm like, dude, just everybody, like, so many people think that way, right? But if you take everybody's nitpick and like the one thing that this person wants and the one thing that person wants, and then everybody's asking like, it's been 14 years and you don't have this thing, pretty soon you have like 5,000 things that it's been 14 years and you don't have these 5,000 things yet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anybody thinks of it that way, but any project is a never-ending march of prioritization and picking like what the next most important thing is, and you're never going to have everything that you want. And another thing that I had heard, I think it was just yesterday I heard this, and you might be wondering why I'm playing the God of War video in the background. This is a gameplay reveal trailer, God of War Ragnarok, for PlayStation, and I heard the budget for this game was $400 million. And it took them 5 years to build it. Think about that. This thing is an on-rails, level-oriented game, linear progression. You know, you progress through one level at a time. My understanding is the levels are kind of wide. You know, you got a little bit of exploration that you can do on a per-level basis, but by and large, this is a linear game. There's only so many ways you're going to play this game. It's a finite amount of time that you're going to have fun, and then you're going to be done with it, right? And 5 years, $400 million. I just think that's some good perspective to have. I mean, we talk about this kind of thing all the time, right? We make comparisons to things like Grand Theft Auto or World of Warcraft, at least on this channel. We make comparisons to other games and other lengths and durations all the time, but this is just one that I heard very recently, and I'm just like, it puts those 14 years to make, you know, Ready Player One? Really? Ready Player One takes 14 years? And I'm like, well, here you have, like, as on-rails of a game as you can get, taking 5 years and almost half the budget of Star Citizen. When you look at it with that context, I mean, it seems to me like they're doing pretty damn good. You know what I mean? And it's not just Star Citizen, remember that. Like, 2 games. Star Citizen, Squadron 42. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. It's been 14 years and we still don't have competent armchair devs. You'd think they'd would have learned by now, right? People have unrealistic expectations? Yeah, they surely do. Anyway, this thing's almost 3 hours. Let's dig into it. Like the first hour and 20 minutes or whatever, I didn't. Oh, it's okay. It's actually only 2 hours and 20 minutes. So the YouTube version is shorter than the Twitch version. It's probably missing some of the preamble or whatever. So that's cool. Won't take us quite as long to get through this as I thought. I was getting ready to strap in for like 5 hours. You know what I mean? last time they did remember that video they did where I think it was like a 4-hour technical video Benoit did? I remember like I was up so late trying to react to that thing like shortly after it was released that I remember like nodding off like towards the end of that thing. I don't even know. I think it was like a 6-hour marathon session I had, because you got to remember, like, you're reacting to it and you're pausing. Like, you could easily turn 3 hours into 4, 5 hours. Doesn't take much. I've been an adult for at least 25 years, and I haven't accomplished much in that time. That's a really good point, Anthony Long. I could say the same. I mean, there's... I've been an adult for, what, I don't even know, 32 years I've been an adult. Almost. 31. And, shit. I expected to have a lot more done by now, too. I bring up Take-Two just in operations cost, and I know that's the publisher for GTA, but since CIG is both publisher and dev, you have to look at both. Their operations cost was $7.5 billion? What? Holy crap. That's wild, man. I didn't know that. Today I learned. Put the music off. Make sure. Whoops. Oh shit, that's right. I always have this one stream running. I gotta find it. There we go. Nope. It can be challenging finding videos. There we go. Okay. Now I can turn my browser sound on. I'm doing like heavy testing of the application that I'm building right now, and I've been testing the screen sharing and all that stuff, and yeah, so I have constant videos running now that I'm streaming to other devices on my on my network, just to make sure that I can do things like stream for 24 hours without interruption and that kind of stuff. Anyway, let's get this going. You can tell me if the audio volume's okay. I'm excited. Star Citizen Live. Tech Talk.
So I had this plan.
Benoit.
And we're not going to... Look, I had this plan, I had this idea of what this show was going to be and whatnot. You know, you and I, we've been doing this every quarter for the last,
How's the volume?
Since the big change, the beginning of last year. You know, we started, the February of 2025 and stuff like this. We've still got that show, and we're still going to do a bunch of that show. But we just put 481.
Volume's good?
482. We just put 482 out yesterday. I've got you. We're live.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, it started with an attempt at a bug fix a month ago. So with this 4.8 release and the way we've been doing patches this year, we have 2 streams when we work off from the working set. We have a base stream that we use for the base release, so 4.0, and we have a hotfix stream where we bring all the continuous changes along. So there was an attempt at bug fixing something on the Idris that was actually creating some performance issue somewhere else that was checked into that stream and nobody saw it, and it went through. So we've been on the hotfix stream now for 4.8.1, now going to 4.8.2. In 4.8.2 we went back to the base stream, which are supposed to be at parity at this point, except additional content, because we've added additional content in the patch. That change was included. And so what's supposed to be a routine update became a massive, wide sprawling issue because basically the Idris was no longer compatible with its persisted copy. And so
Ouch.
What that would do is players have in their ASOP terminal, they have a version of the Idris that's from 4.8.1. This change, which was not supposed to be in the stream at all, gets in there. And so now the game server is expecting another shape for this. The game server has a series of checks and balances for this, but he's the last banker in the chain. And so for him, if the schema is incompatible, he's like, there's data corruption risk, I'm out. And so
Who's he in this analogy?
he's the game server,
Okay.
basically, right? So the game server is trying to spawn the Idris, wherever it is, right? So that's called the async spawn chain. And so as he's trying to resolve the object containers for this and to materialize the ship in game, he comes around an incompatibility, and then there's a hard check for this, because if we let those through, if we disarm this check, for example, then the game server might corrupt ships or might be twisting data, and then we would go wider than that. And so the game server would crash. So
there's all this. So there's all this stuff that we have to work on and fix.
Yeah.
There's all this stuff that we are working on.
I've encountered very similar
fixing.
problems to that
And
in my own code, so and other people's
yesterday,
code
the
as well.
patch that was just supposed to add.
Schema is a big deal. If you're not a software developer, there's a lot of time and effort to go into schema validation. Anytime you're dealing with data and contracts and that type of thing, which obviously Star Citizen's going to do a lot of. So, and like, this shit happens.
The two new GATAC ships and some hot fixes to some of the more persistent
bring back
issues.
the odd fixes.
I think the bigger thing there is that a change made it into a build that people were not aware of. That's the bigger issue. It's not like how the system responded to it. The fact that the game server it's interesting that the schema, the invalid schema got that far, so it's like the final gate check. But hey, at least one of your gates caught it, right? So that's interesting. The fact that the game server just died, dude, I can't tell you how many times I've had a web server or something that like choked and died on a schema. Like, yeah, I've been there. But the fact that the new Idris made it into the patch, and that was a surprise. That's more of a process failure than a technical failure. But process failures happen too, right? Somebody, I think, was on the stream last Saturday. Somebody was asking about mismanagement at CIG, and my response was, look, every company I have ever known is mismanaged. There's no such thing as a company that's not mismanaged, because all these companies are managed by people, and people are fallible. Like, there's no perfect people, and so there's no perfect companies. They're all mismanaged, dude. Get used to it.
The Outfix branch and
A
go forward.
completely unrelated check-in to the Idris
Yes,
somehow made it through validation or missed validation.
correct.
It's like this, got in, and now the server, which is still built, the persistence records, which are still built on 481,
Yes.
and expecting a 481 version of the ship.
Also 480 because
480.
they're compatible.
Really? Okay. So it's expecting a 480 version of the ship, got a 482 version of the ship without knowing that there was supposed to be a difference, and just went, all right, I'm gonna head out.
That's right.
You did the SpongeBob meme.
Yeah, and so every time an Idris would be attempted to spawn, that server in that region would crash, and then restart, and then try to load the Idris again, and then crash again. And so as players were unstowing more Idrises and more
Since
shards,
the Idris
more
is
servers
like
got
the most
affected,
popular single player ship out
until
there.
you reach a point where now the ops
I
team
bet
is
servers
in the
pretty
background,
unstable.
and
I
they're,
took the
like,
week
lighting
off,
all the
so I
fires,
didn't experience
the
this.
Rohan,
Yeah, you were
calling the Rohan.
I saw you online at like 3:30 this morning.
Yeah. And
Poor guy.
and so we're looking at this, and
I've been
basically
there.
we start cordoning off shards because at the beginning we're not sure what the issue is.
I had a major system that I was responsible for. Like, I was managing a team of, I don't know how many people at the time, and the system was the backbone of a media company on Thanksgiving. And if you don't know, like, that is like gravy time, right? And dude, I spent my entire Thanksgiving vacation on the phone, on the laptop. It was miserable. So I can empathize.
So we start cording off shards, and what happens in this case is like the more shards are getting offline, the less capacity we have for players that are either entering the game or shard hopping. We have a lot of people shard hopping, and so what happens is they hit the dreaded 60,012 error, which means A, there's no capacity in your zone. There is capacity, but we've had to restrict it in the meantime. And so we took a hard decision later in the night to prevent players from spawning Idrises temporarily, just to
Good call.
kind of stop breaking other shards.
Stop the
We
bleeding.
brought more shards online to keep that playing. And then we basically went through and manually rectified. That's what we call percussive maintenance. When you see that in the status, it means we went in and we did a drastic measure to basically fix the Idrises that were either spawned in shards or still left in inventories to make sure that they had the proper schema. And so now we know that all the Idrises are fine. We've lifted that temporary
Sounds like
stoppage for that
surgery.
ship. And so now we're back. That's what happened.
Wow.
Completely out of left field, absolutely unrelated to all the stuff that we're working on, the stuff that the patch was supposed to be, and whatnot. This is
When it rains, it pours.
This is a cabaret trays being spawned by some subcomponent in the Idris cargo room.
And it's not even anything specific. In this case, it's the Idris, but it's not because it's a capital ship or anything. It's just
It could have been any ship in that case. So normally there's a check-in discipline that we apply.
Yeah, that's what I
especially
said,
this
Baton.
year,
It's definitely a
because we have
process issue.
different, publishing model this year, and so ships that have been distributed already in a given minor patch cannot be modified. Now, for some reason, this check-in passed all the validation check and ended up in the build.
This is. We're gonna get to the show.
So there were
guys, with what
validation
happened
checks
last
that
night
it
and
passed. I'd like to know how that's
until all
possible.
hours of the night. To
Pre-build.
say this is frustrating is
Understatement.
an understatement. It's. I'm gonna give you some time. We're gonna get into the show proper, and then I'm gonna come back at some point about why is this happening and whatnot. It's if I've got you here, I've got you guys here. We have to get into it. We have to get into it.
Absolutely.
It's. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started.
into it.
Go ahead and get started with the show. Hi everybody. It's a very weird start to the show. I'm Jared. The content
Jared's good at
director
this.
for Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, and the host of Star Citizen Live, which is the show that you're watching right now. Approximately every quarter for the last year and a half, we have a show where we have a scheduled show where we have our chief technical.
Your pick.
Well, I'm way off the whole script today.
Yeah.
The chief technical officer, Benoit, on the show to discuss what is essentially the current technical state of the game. Now, I want to be real clear. This is about the technical state of the game. Design issues or content issues or whatnot, not the realm of the people that we have on today. Joining
Who's
us
that other
on
guy?
the show today, because we kept threatening to do it, and we wanted him last time and whatnot, and it's like he made the mistake of promising, I'll be on the next one,
Yeah.
is our director of programming, gameplay programming, gameplay engineering, gameplay programming.
I don't think I've ever
Jens.
seen him.
Both are violent.
Both at the moment. And we're here to talk about 4.8, 4.81, 4.82, like this, the current technical state of the game. Now, 4.8 at this point went out about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
About
Yeah, I
4
don't think
weeks
I've ever
ago.
seen him, Kennedy. What did I say, Yen?
There was a lot of really great stuff. Before we
really?
just had a couple unscripted minutes about some bad stuff, and we're going to get to more challenging stuff in a minute. Let's talk a little bit about how 4.8 did. I saw there was a lot of commentary online that 4.8 was as bad as 3.18 and whatnot. And we don't need to rehash 3.18 whatnot. Most people watching the show knows 3.18 at this point.
I hate that every time there is a bad patch, it's like 3.18 all over again, dude. I'd be impressed if this was as bad as 3.18.
Was it really as bad as 3.18?
No,
Or
probably not.
Talk to me about what's your take on how 4.8 went.
Well, for me, if I take from the machine room side of things, we've been firefighting since we launched 4.8. I mean, from a whole slew of different issues. Some of them are to be expected when we launch a patch that has this many amount of core changes. Like 4.8 has, we've touched on systems that are really central to the traversal again. So we're talking about the entitlement system, which has not changed in years at this point, and we've completely overhauled the entitlement system in 4.8 to power, in part, the item imprint system, but more importantly, to pull the entitlements out of the patch cycle and persist them across patches. So what we call the LTP layer is not just what you have in your inventory, it's also what you own. Your ships and all of the items that
Bonker,
you purchase
thank you
in
for the
game now
follow,
have
man.
an
Really
entitlement
appreciate it.
record that holds the insurance loadouts for it, all of the customizations that you make out of it, and that's hosted outside the game, not outside the game, but outside the game patch, which means that when we come back from a patch, there's no risk of, oh, I'm not getting my ship back, right? What you see in ASOP in the first patch will be exactly the same data source in the second patch, and so that risk of like losing ships across is completely gone. So we're very happy. In fact, that bit actually went very well in 4.8, even though up to the launch, it was, there's always last minute things to look at. But we have been firefighting across a multitude of different issues that were tangential to that. Some of them we can touch on a little bit because I've made some notes to talk about gameplay systems here and why they were affected by some minor infrastructure issues that turned out to be massively contributing to the perception of the patch. So I'll talk a bit about that in a bit, but basically, we've been firefighting since 4.8.0.
That's rough.
I want to touch on one thing because we just had a one off the cuff moment about the Idris last night, right? But 2 weeks prior to that, we had another downtime patch that needed a lot of rectification. So the people that the teams that run the online group were hard at work on this maintenance, and unfortunately, another one of those unwanted check-ins came in during that 4.8.1 cycle, where in an attempt to fix the VGL flight suits that was missing hands and feet,
I've been experiencing
another check-in came in that removed subcomponents of this flight suits, but not just removed them from the flight suit, deleted them from existence from the game, and that's not something that you can do in a minor patch. And so clearly that's two instances in this patch where changes and check-ins should have been validated and prevented and went in, and then after that became an infrastructure problem, because same issue here, if somebody was wearing the VGL flight suit and referred to these entity classes that were actually representing, I think, the nozzle and the front pack of the suit, then the game server would crash. And so we had, again, to do percussive maintenance to remove those items and fix that. And so that highlights to me a massive issue with how we validate check-ins and how we get changes in the game across persistence until we have full forward porting compatibility on the persistence layer, which we don't have at the moment.
People might be thinking the game server going down because of a schema mismatch is a flaw, but I wouldn't see it that way, because oftentimes when you reach the point where there is an inconsistency between or an inconsistency within a contract, the safest thing to do may be to just fall over. He mentioned this earlier, but like data corruption is a real risk, right? So it's just everything that leads up to that moment where you're looking at an inconsistent contract, that's the problem. The game server falling over is not the problem. I mean, it's a problem for us players who are on the server and it's going down, but when it comes to the infrastructure behind the scenes, that's the least of the problems that I'm hearing. in this story. Now, you can always make things more robust, and there's certainly might be other ways of handling that situation, but at this stage of development, I wouldn't expect it to be more robust.
It will be a game changer.
Yes.
What's your perspective, Ian? I'm keen. You know.
Sorry, I missed that. Armchair devs, my inventory destroyed, or my inventory desynced for 3 seconds. This is bad as 3 It's completely unplayable. Yeah, that's about right. Backers love to catastrophize, often against their own best interest. That's true and interesting. If you have any insights as to why, I would love to hear it. That's like a human psyche thing that I don't get.
Well, it's you know, it's live service. You're always running, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're always running. Like we're talking about forward patching. You know, if we'd been behind closed doors, you would have done that, right? No one would ever seen the game until you've done that piece of technology. But that's not who we are. We're always running, and that's what makes it really exciting to work here as well, right? Because, you know, we're putting ourselves out there all the time.
Yep.
But if I look at this specific case, you're saying like, right, we have checks and we have contracts on what you can and can't do in the.
That's a really good point that he's raising there. Like, had they been a traditional software company, we wouldn't even be exposed to these types of problems, right? These things would all be fixed by the time 1.8 wrote out. But because of their development model, we're seeing all these mistakes. But if you go back to the early days of early MMO companies like Blizzard and Origin and all these other companies out there, like, they developed the skill of running these live service games on the fly as well. I remember complete catastrophic meltdowns in the early days of MMOs, unable to log in, you know, sitting in login queues for 3 days, like just a tremendous amount of desync. I remember when New World launched and people could drag their window around their desktop for invulnerability. I mean, just, and not to mention the server stability issues in that game. And like, this stuff just goes on, and a lot of companies acquire the skill of running these things in a highly available fashion, like after launch, right? So one good thing about them experiencing these pains now and us experiencing them with them is they're going to have a lot more of the operational skill whenever it does launch.
These substreams that we've already released, where the data management is super strict, and obviously now we invalidating them twice.
We'll be your candidate.
Time to look at like how do we really add that extra layer of protection.
Why is this happening? Why? Look, it's I know. I have to be. I'm allowed a lot of latitude here. I'm allowed a lot of latitude here, and I appreciate it from the people that I work for. But this is really frustrating. Yeah. How is it? I understand that, you know, Rich Tyler, our senior game director, went on stage at CitizenCon, 2 years ago, and laid out the roadmap to 1.0. And I understand that through 25 and through the first half of 2026, we have made some legitimately ridiculous strides towards making this game actually the MMO it was always trying to be. You know, if people who followed this project 2015, 2016, 2017, a lot of the years before,
when everybody else is giving up on MMOs, by the way,
it's very easy. It was very easy to have questions like, where are they going? Like where are they going? Why is this like that? Why is that like that? It's like we would often see questions. Has anybody ever played an MMO before? Do they know?
I love that these guys embrace the term. Everybody else is afraid of it.
There's a reason we made a major pivot. We made a major pivot at the end of 2024. In 2025, we went into this content mode, and we said no new features. No new features. We're going to focus on content while we shore up all these things. And when I was you and me sitting here more than a year ago, it's like this. And in the last year and a half, we have tripled the amount of content that we've put out compared to 2024, compared to 2023, 2022, all combined. Like the amount of content we have put out in the last 18 months is amazing. And the people here are working their asses off to make it as good as possible. I don't doubt the intentions of any human being here. I don't doubt the dedication of anybody here. We're not here today to apologize for anything. I know that we're all working as hard, except Steve. We're all working. We're all working as hard as possible. But why does this happen? Why is this happening? I can't sit here and do this job and feel good about my job without asking you outright, why is this happening? If everybody is working as hard as I know they are, and everybody is working as dedicated as they are, and everybody is as talented as I know they are, why does something like this stay
Because
on?
Steve
Why has it
effed up
happened twice in the last 2 weeks?
Note how you pointed to me when you're talented, not you.
I know. I think there's a part of that which is that we're transforming the game. We're still transforming the game into an MMO, right? We're still in the process of taking a game that used to run on a single server in now obviously a server mesh, which that's working, but the game systems need to expand as well. And if you add the content pressure on top of that, right, of getting content into the game, releasing it at the same time, stabilizing it, hardening it, and features that come in and do the inverse. New features come in and they destabilize the systems. Without stronger guardrails that also need to evolve with this, that's where we ended up. And so I think that, to be honest, I think at this right now, we're outpacing our ability of verifying everything that's being added to the game. And this is where we need to put a lot of our energy at the moment.
There's something he alluded to there, but did not come out and say. Whenever he said constant pressure, he said constant pressure to deliver content, but he didn't let on why. Why is there constant pressure to deliver content? And it's because the funding machine, right? Like, they have all this work ahead of them. They need to fund this work. And that's where the constant pressure comes from. Like, imagine being like, always in survival mode while you're trying to, I don't know, paint the Sistine Chapel. You know, you're there, you're trying to do this elaborate project or whatever it is, and you're in survival mode while you're doing it. Like that's the source of the pressure. It's interesting, and it's funny because I was just thinking about this the other day on my own personal project. Right, it was for the couple days that we had access to Fable 5. And I knew, like, I immediately saw, like, oh my gosh, dude, this thing is so much better than Opus. Like, this is really going to shave my development time down. But I knew we only had it for a certain amount of days, and then I was going to have to start paying for it. And my mind started to turn, and I started to think, okay, what I really need to do is get my project to the point where people believe in it enough that I have enough funding coming in to help pay for the model to help develop it, right? So in a way, I was thinking, like, this thing needs to begin funding itself. But if you think about it, CIG has been in that position for 14 years. And that constant pressure manifests as the need to deliver new content so that people have new things that interest them, new things to invest in, but also keeping the environment stable enough so that they're compelled to do so, and they feel like they're getting some value out of that, right? Now, everybody's different. You're definitely going to have a contingent of players that will just throw whatever money they can at this game because they're excited in it, they believe in it, and they want to help make it a reality. But the masses want to feel like, okay, I'm going to give you $1 and I want something in return, like now. Not in 5 years, like now. And poor Steve, thrown under the bus. It's his fault we've been here for 14 years. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of the issues SC has is due to their open development model, to be honest. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to kind of describe here, Zelfie. The dream is hard, as it turns out. I think it's why I feel so special to play, because a game like this shouldn't be possible in our time. I have said that exact thing so many times, Zelfie. I put together, I don't know if you've ever seen it, I put together a video a while back called Star Citizen, the first game for almost everyone. And the whole point, like, of that video and how the video ended was me basically saying that, like, if not for the efforts of CIG and the community that is investing in them, like, we won't see a game like this in our lifetime. It's one of the things that frustrates me about the negativity surrounding this project too, is like, I kind of want to, I'm always like tempted to fire back. Like, do you just not want to see this game or a game like it? Because like, if this game goes under, if CIG fails, like, that's it. That's the end. Like, we've missed it. You know, our kids might see a game like this, but we certainly won't. Well, I don't know. Unless you're a lot younger than me, then you might. But they've been adding new tech and mechanics to Core. They started making 10 to 15 years ago, of course, and they have updated it a bit. Keep adding the things to Core that it wasn't supposed to work with. It's not surprising things break sometimes. Yeah, exactly. I imagine you're cooking someone a meal and they want to taste it every 5 minutes. Yeah, that's a good one, Kim Jong. Billy, 100%. It's kind of why, like, when I am cooking and I'm tasting it as I go, like, I don't even want to eat it when I'm done with it. You know what I mean? I've ruined myself. I've seen it and I emphatically agree. The message I think needs to be get out there, man. Yeah. No one else will attend. Yeah, no, they won't. It's exactly. It's way too risky. That's why only this funding model was ever going to make it. You were never going to see Microsoft make this game. You're never going to see Activision make this game. You're never going to see Rockstar make this game. The Riot MMO is not going to compare to this game. Like, nobody else is going to make this game. Not yet. Maybe in the future, whenever technology reaches a point that it's able to de-risk something like this. To me, this project is the only shot I've got in my lifetime to play something this immersive. Yeah. I'm in the same boat as you, Zelf. And people just seem to want to rip that immersion. Yeah, 100%. What did I just do? Sorry.
Is to put in those guardrails so that, you know, the check-in that would cause this crash.
I think I missed something.
Of our energy,
everything
that's been pacing our, and so I think that, to be honest, I think at this right now we're outpacing our ability. I think that stronger destabilization harden of get as well for mesh, which
sorry,
that's working.
I gotta go back just a little bit.
Process of taking a game that used to run on a single server, in now obviously a server mesh, which that's working, but the game systems need to expand as well. And if you add the content pressure on top of that, right, of getting content into the game, releasing it at the same time,
thank you for the sub, Ark. The subs,
hardening it,
plural,
and features that come in and do the inverse. New features come in and they destabilize the systems. Without stronger guardrails that also need to evolve with this, that's where we ended up. And so I think that, to be honest, I think at this right now, we're outpacing our ability of verifying everything that's being added to the game. And this is where we need to put a lot of our energy at the moment, is to put in those guardrails so that, you know, the check-in that would cause this crash issue, right? Those are identified at this point. And so it's all about adding these validation frameworks to prevent that from happening and keeping the data stable and fully validated. Now, that sounds, well, why didn't you do that before, right?
You're not saying that there were no guardrails in place.
No. There are guardrails in place, but
they're not keeping up with the pace.
Correct. Yes, exactly. Like, we create more content and more features than we have time to add guardrails in to prevent these cases, right? You know, an example I could give on something unrelated to persistence, right? But, you know, you have we're at the point now. We used to, like, we make a weapon, we make a ship. That's it.
I think this is the point where I had saw somebody in chat saying like 14 years and you don't have this yet, right? You don't like have these guardrails. Something to keep in mind is the processes around insulating a development pipeline from its own inherent risk is work in and of itself. The developing the perfect pipeline that de-risks all development and shipment of features would be a Herculean effort for any platform. Like all the effort that is going into building our starships and star systems and features in the game, like bulletproofing the pipeline to get the code there is just as much effort as that. So all of the stuff is a balance, right? It's you're balancing where you want to invest your effort. Like, do we want star system number 4 before we want a pipeline that insulates us from problems X, Y, and Z? Like, it's all a trade-off. And like I said, these guys are compelled to make those decisions based on a number of factors. Our experience in the game, the funding that's needed to continue, like all these things factor into these decision-making. It's not black and white like Twitch chat would have you believe, you know? Those guys that are just like 14 years and you don't have that. Yeah, well, again, like I said in the beginning of the video, you could say that about 5,000 different things.
Right. Now we have a team making weapons. They balance the weapons. They design the weapons. They work in that realm. They have guardrails in there, right? They know what to check for, outliers, data sets.
I'll talk about AI in a moment, Kennedy.
How power is distributed, etc. You go to the next team. The next
I
team
want to hear more about
components.
what is
They have
thinking.
their guardrails, they have their approaches, they have their things, right? They balance it out. You have another team that's making recipes and dismantling, right? They have their own guardrails, their own systems. You have another team that's making economy. They add those things to shops. They add pricing. They make sure that that's balanced, and then they move on to another team that's adding this content to loot boxes, right? Now, we didn't have that a while ago, right? And then mission rewards added in there. All of these have validation, but there's no holistic validation across, right? We're at the point now where all these systems communicate with each other all the time, right? And crafting has changed the game quite a bit on that area, right? And so that translates into more weapons being created, more content being created, more missions giving more rewards, and all these things need to be validated together, not in silos.
Is this why?
But this is normal, by the way. I don't know how many people out there are software engineers, but siloed guardrails is normal. It's usually the teams that are creating a service or a feature or some kind of work stream or pipeline or whatever it is they're building. Like they build the things that verify that as it goes into production, right? And a lot of times you have like RE teams, release engineering, that type of thing, that they'll kind of plug into. That's RE has really taken off over the past decade, probably. But they don't know the ins and outs of each of those systems as well as the teams that are shipping them, right? So it's always like this this handoff and there's constantly knowledge transfer going on there, and you're never going to get to the point where you have like a central team that can really fully 100% verify everything coming in. Like that's a pipe dream. Yeah, exactly, Nesto. Yeah, it's the larger the system, the more complex the system, the harder it is not to distribute it, like not to distribute that intelligence around to the teams.
That's why in 4.8 there was the thing where there was a weapon. I think it was a ship weapon. I can't remember specifically, but you paid 20,000. I'm pulling a number out of my butt here.
Sure.
You paid 20,000 to buy the ship weapon, but then you dismantled it and you got like $80,000 worth of materials, and
that you could sell in one area.
That you can send. So people were just buying the vendor thing and doing it.
Right.
And you're saying that's because the weapon and the price and the pricing and everything for the weapon was validated by one team in one silo, if you will.
Yes.
And then the validation of the crafting and the breakdown and stuff was done in a different one.
Sure.
And there wasn't something that
transversal to check all of that, and also like there's
What's that, Kennedy?
definitely
AI?
now post 4.7 in a realm where just human validation is not enough, right? And so a lot of game design data is typically, managed by the team. But I think that we're way past that, and we need machine validation for everything because the rate at which we build it and the amount of technology we're putting in is just too fast for validation to keep up.
What he just said there about machine validation, that's true for any product of any size. I've worked on a number of very large products, and you always reach the point where you need automated validation to keep pace with delivery, right? It's that's just the way it goes. Now, again, going back to my point of like that's a product too. That point still stands. Like, how much effort do you put into your automated validation? And you could sit there like it's one of those things where it's like this curve, right? It's a curve like that. I don't know if you're seeing it right, but where like the more effort you put in, you start reaching diminishing returns, right? You're never going to get a product delivery pipeline that is perfect. There's always going to be things that slip through. Now, the more effort you put in, the more things you'll catch. But like the more effort you put in, the more effort it takes to get the next level, right? And like that's just how it goes. Like we're hearing stories now about these things that slip through and messed up production, right? Just yeah. We're going to be hearing the same things after they spend a whole bunch of time setting up all this automation. Like we're still going to hear stories, and the problem is it may even feel like we're hearing them just as often. It really depends on the pace of delivery, the pace of development. Think about it in lines of code for a second, right? And lines of code is not the only measurement at all, but it's a convenient one to use. Say they ship 50,000 lines of code a day right now. I have no idea what they're shipping, but just say it's 50,000 lines of code, and say we get an average of 2 incidents a month. And let's just say they have a really crappy automatic check system, and it's only catching 10% of problems, right? So if they didn't have that system at all, we would be getting 2.2 incidents a month. But because they have this crappy system that they have now, we're only getting 2, right? We're 0.2 less. Now let's say they invest all this time into this really kick-ass pipeline, and this thing's able to catch 80% of problems. Like, holy shit, 80% of problems is a huge upgrade from 10% of problems. But let's say in the time that it takes them to build that new pipeline, let's say they're also scaling the company and the game's getting closer to 1.0 and things are rapidly ballooning out. They bring all the Squadron 42 devs over and they balloon from like 50,000 lines of code a day to 500,000 lines of code a day. Well, if the ratio holds, right, of 2 incidents a month when you're averaging 50,000 lines a day, now you're 500,000 lines a day, that's 20 incidents a month. Right? So if you're catching 80%, well, that's what? 80% of 20 is 16. So now you're catching 16 potential issues a month versus the 0.2 you were catching before. But that means you're missing 4. You were only missing 2. You see what I'm saying? It's like, so from our perspective, things might actually get worse. Even though their system is far more robust. It's all scale and numbers, and there's a whole lot of factors that go into this. So again, and that comes back to like some of the decision-making process. Yeah, Jenga effect in reverse. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. So.
Okay.
And we can't just rely on endpoint validation. Because in this case, it was machine validation that caught the error.
Yes.
And stopped it from corruption.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like
But
the machine validation had
too
a...
late.
Correct. Yes, exactly.
So.
And we're talking a lot about machine validation here, and I know you're asking the AI question. And those 20 people having the issues will be on Spectrum being like, it's like 3-1. You're dead right, Zelfie. Absolutely, that will be. It goes back to the thing, right? Like, nobody praises the guy in the back room who's keeping the system running 29 days out of the month. They are chastising him for the one day that it fails. That's the way it goes. We have a requirement of 99.99% uptime at work. SC is a totally different beast than what I deal with, and it's just yeah, I bet 100%. It's very different beast. I mean, it's at a different stage too, right? But even in its production final 1.0 form, it's still going to be a very different beast from that 99.99. Just the way it is. But back to the AI question, Kennedy. I think it's inevitable that all systems like this will eventually incorporate AI to some degree. So for machine validation, I think AI is probably a really good fit, but I don't think AI is the answer, right? You can't just say, hey, we need machine validation to start protecting our releases. So just tell AI to do machine validation. Like, that's not how it's going to work. Like, the AI is going to need a framework. I don't know how often you've used AI to solve certain problems, but AI doesn't just brute force its way through a problem, right? Like, AI has already been pre-trained on how to use tools on your machine to do the things that it needs to do for you. Like, AI can't just, it's not just going to, I mean, maybe it could if you really wanted it to, but it's not just going to like design a code commit system of any value for you, right? Like, it knows how to use Git. And so it uses Git to manage your code versioning and that kind of thing. If it needs to do things on a web server for you, it's not just going to go to port 80 by itself, tell that into it. No, it's going to use curl. It's been trained on how to use curl. It understands curl, right? So it uses all these tools, and the same thing is going to be true for any kind of machine validation that they do on this project. They're going to have to come up with a framework for validating the thing. The models are going to have to be trained on how to leverage that framework to insulate us from regressions being delivered to production. So this is like a multi-step process. It's not just use AI. That's not how it works. It's going to have to be like, we're going to build a framework for insulating ourselves, for protecting, for doing the schema validations, for doing all this stuff. And once all that automation is in place, then we can train the models and educate the models on how to use those tools to catch even more edge cases, or, you know, whatever the case might be. Like, that's how I would see that happening. So would they have to train a machine on their particular? Yeah, exactly, Kennedy. Humans love their silver bullets, though. Yeah. AI is not a silver bullet. They're not just going to be able to turn it loose. AI can't solve new problems either. Yeah, exactly. It cannot.
Has to come earlier.
So
And I say that as someone who has been trying to lean on AI for the past 6 days. I got a really nasty bug. I mean, I'm in there troubleshooting myself, and I'm trying to use AI to do some like stuff in the background while I'm doing it, and it's just, you know, that's just no. This is just an audio video streaming issue. Imagine leaning completely on AI to troubleshoot the kinds of distributed issues that Star Citizen's dealing with. Like, no, you're gonna need tools written by the experts, and AI is gonna have to learn to use those tools. That's how it's gonna work.
So for validation, let's just stay on this topic here for a bit.
Good point.
People are going to, as
can't exactly Google it,
as everybody has, as skills everybody has, and stuff like this. You know, mistakes are going to be made, and the wrong thing is going to be checked in, and stuff like this. And the game is
exactly force multiplier, not a replacement.
The game is growing.
That's a good way of saying it, Kennedy.
Like I've been here for more than a decade and stuff. I know it's a Jared meme drink. Anytime I talk about how long I've been here, you can just see it in my hair now. Weird. I am so incredibly proud of the game right now. It's the last 18 months have hands down been the best 18 months that this game has had since the PU went online in 2015. And anybody that says otherwise is being disingenuous. They just are. You know,
agreed.
I'm being hard with you guys here. I'm going to be a little harder. I'm being hard with you guys as well. It's like the last 18 months have been phenomenal for the progression of Star Citizen. It's our daily average users are up. Our concurrency is up.
I agree with this.
The content is the best content we've ever put out. TSG is finally
Past 18 months, I've had more fun in this game than
coordinated space combat in our space combat game. Is this just it is? But it sounds like we're moving fast. We're moving fast, and we're doing a lot. You said the guardrails aren't catching up. How do we? I get machine validation. I get you got to build some stuff. Is that all we can do? Is that make me feel better about how we're going to fix this? Is what I'm asking.
I like to do it over here laughing.
Because if I feel better about how we're going to fix this, maybe there's a reason for people watching to feel better about how we're going to fix it.
Sure.
It's just the validation issue.
Sure. So it's a problem we've known about, right? And we've been trying to solve, right? And so more recently, there's more changes that have been coming from the engine side to give us a framework for validation. When I say framework for validation, is that game designers can participate in this, right? It's not like, oh, they need to hand it off to an engineer, and the engineer is busy and he can't do the work, and now the validation is not added, which is the mode that we've been in the past, right? And so we've been in the process of building a validation framework for all game systems and all pieces of data stored in the game that can do queries across all data, whether it's, hey, I have a mission in this location that requires this, that pays out this. Is that an outlier compared to, And so being able to do cross data queries across the entire game, which is not something we've had before, which allows us then to just express these checks, find outliers into like mission payouts, find outliers into how, if we go back to the example of the gun is for sale at this location at this price, it's dismantleable into these components that can be sold at this location, that exchange value is too high, right? And so creating these validations will become part of the design work completely with this framework, which will allow us to have all these guardrails. On top of that, we've got the technical.
Be very curious how they go about something like that. Right off the top of my head, that's a great fit for like a graph query language.
A more technical validation, right? So the two issues we got in 4.8 related to modifying ships that were already distributed in the main patch and removing entity classes, for example. Both of those things already have lock checks right now. That's the first thing we did when we discovered them. But we're going to keep adding more of those compatibility check. Now, 4.8 also has the beginning of database patching. So in 4.7, we didn't have the full ability to persist all the crafting properties on weapons. So if you crafted a weapons, all the modifiers were not necessarily going to persist through LTP, right? In 4.8, we have introduced in the back end patchable serialized variables. We didn't talk about it much because it's kind of mixed into the crafting system, but basically we now, in the schema of a component, which stores the data for something, let's say it's a weapon, right? And I have the modifiers for it, let's say elongated nozzle, faster damage rate, whatever. These values, we now know which one of those values is patchable, right? And then we're able this way to persist them and patch them in the next release. We also determine which ones we store when you stow it. We don't stow all variables, which used to be the case. And that's the foundation for us to keep working at what we really want to achieve, which is a forward patchable data set. So that now these, even if the ship team goes in, changes all the serialized variables for a ship and rejigs the whole object container layout for a ship, that will be able to live migrate your ship to the new version without crashing the game servers in the meantime. So basically embracing this movable data set. But that's tricky to do. Obviously, we've been at this for a long time, but 4.8 has the beginning of that just for crafting properties.
All right, that's great for allowing us to better manage when somebody checks something in that they didn't do. But I'm talking about what are we doing to stop the check-ins that aren't supposed to happen?
Sure.
Like through validation. I want to.
Well, it's pre-validation, right? The one I call this validation framework I'm talking about is pre-check-in.
Okay.
Right. It's something that I'm working on the game. I'm like, I'm going to add a new gun and I'm going to price it this and I'm going to make it super powerful, right? Well, that would flag.
Zach.
I could not, yeah, I could not check that in, right? The system would go, wait, you need some authorization before you can check this in because of these reasons, which currently we don't have something like this. That's cross-checking, right? Obviously, in each silo, yes, but not within.
Is this something? I have to ask you the one question here. Is this something that we're talking about that's a 2027 thing? Are there parts of this at least that can go in? Is there hope for this?
Yes.
Sooner rather than later.
We need this yesterday. Like,
well, I'm aware we need it yesterday, but
no, we're working on this right now. Like, to get all these checks and balances in place. Like, I don't know if it will be like a 4.9 kind of thing, but it's happening.
It's going to take a long time
because everybody.
It's going to be one of those things. It's just going to be incremental. You know, it's kind of like whenever you're working on a system and something breaks and you have to do an emergency patch, and like once you finally figured out the thing that's broken and you deliver a fix for it, well, you write a test, right? So that it can't break that way again. And systems grow in their stability over time that way, and their resilience, and this is going to be like that. Like, it's not going to be like a big bang. Like, tomorrow we have all the checks and balances in the system. This can't happen anymore. It's going to evolve, right? It's going to be like, okay, 5% of the code base is protected, 10% of the code base is protected, you know, and again, it's going to be like the same limit thing, right? You're always going to be approaching 100%. You're never going to get.
Everybody around the table knows now. Like, it's clear from.
In a way, is he basically talking about essentially an insular Google for validations across the whole game? Has that kind of been? Yeah, that's exactly what he's kind of talking about, Zelfie. And yeah, it sounds really difficult to do. If it has been done before, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I'm sure there's places that are dealing with this type of thing. I would be really interested to know. That's why I asked. I would be really interested to know what technology and kind of what patterns they use to build that type of thing. Because the geek in me just wants to know.
From the forward experience, that machine validation is required across the board.
So why?
My mind goes to graph. I work with a lot of graphs at work and stuff, and I just go to like some kind of a graph query language where you have like somebody just built something like this for Claude. Actually, they built a graph knowledge engine because one of Claude's problems is context, right? And when you ask it to build a feature in a code repository, it has, once that repository has gotten large enough, Claude can have a lot of problems understanding or having a broad enough view into the code that will allow it to build a feature properly. It's just par for the course, and so people are tackling that problem in different ways. And somebody just built, I forget the name of the project now, I'll have to look it up, but they built a graph knowledge engine that basically, this thing's job is to crawl the entire code base. It's not AI, this is just an algorithmic thing. It crawls the entire code base, it builds this whole big knowledge graph of how things work and why they work. And it presents a graph query language and an MCP server, which, if you don't know, that's how AI agents are now bridging into APIs, basically. So it educates Claude on how to query the capabilities and reasons and design patterns for any code base. Right? It can now query this thing and get all the understanding it needs to build its new feature. And I can think, like, I would imagine implementing what he's talking about in a similar way of that, building something that is capable of introspecting the code base in such a way that it understands the pricing of this and the way the door was built on the ship over here, and presenting that in some kind of a unified, queryable manner. Like, I don't know. That's how I would think you would approach it, but I've never built anything like that.
Why isn't this just let's tackle this from.
In case you're curious, I don't even remember what the hell this thing's called. Is this it? Code graph? Yeah. And here it is. Supercharge your AI bots. It's initialize project. Yeah, there you go. When Claude Code explores a code base, it spawns explore agents. The scan files with graph, blah, blah, blah. Code graph gives those agents a pre-indexed knowledge graph. Symbol relationships, call graphs, code structure. Agents query the graph instantly instead of scanning files. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I would imagine approaching this problem in a way similar. I'm not saying you would use code graph for CIG's code base. I don't even know if it could handle it. I don't know much about the implementation of code graph, but I would imagine you would approach the problem that he's talking about in a way such as this. If you're interested in this, I'll link it in chat. I would give this a star. Boom. It's a cool project. There you go. Let's get back to it.
From another angle, why isn't just throwing more QA at this the answer? Why isn't this just hire 500 more QA people and we can and this gets fixed? I suspect you probably have an answer for this.
I mean, in this case,
that's cool, Nose.
It took the situation of like the data, how the database on 48481 was, and with the new data from 482 to create the situation. And that's not something that the QA environment has. So whatever we do, we as a technology group would have to come in and at least give them that. And then if you put your 500 QA on it, then they would probably, one of them would have spawned an IDRIS. But without that environment, you could put as many as you like on it. No one would ever have discovered this situation. This is just too far removed. And I think that's sort of come back to the large data set, right? As you have a large data set.
I like this guy.
You just can't scale.
I get the sense he knows his shit.
Manpower alone. You need something that scales way beyond that.
And I suppose if you just hired 500 QA people, that doesn't mean there's 500 requisite programmers that can all take the stuff and fix it either.
No, I think they would meet some frustration with their output and our ability to tackle it would certainly create a separate set of challenges.
But also what's frustrating with this situation is that, we've done multiple patches where this just worked fine.
Oh yeah, we've been on this. We've been putting out a new piece of content every 2 weeks since the beginning of this year. Last year we moved, for 2024 and before, we were on a schedule of one patch every 3 months. And we didn't, I think we actually hit every 3 months once in the 5 years that we were on that cadence. From 3.0 to 4.8. I can't remember which one was January last year. We were trying to do a patch every quarter, and we actually hit the quarter date maybe 1 or 2 times in all that time. But so it was 4 patches a year at most, basically, is what we were doing. And then in 2025, as part of this major initiative, we switched and we went 11 patches. Yeah. We went 11 patches in 2024. Again, Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. The content that was in those patches is some of the stuff I'm most proud of that their team here has ever put out. But we were able to do that because we pulled back on features. We pulled back on features, and it was content team. There were a couple features here and there that would sneak in and whatnot because we need this for that and the other thing. But for the most part, it was all content. In 2026. We now switched to, and anybody that's been really paying attention or following the development would see this already. We've switched to a bi-monthly patch where we put out a major patch every 2 months, and we do these 2-week content drops in between. So every 2 weeks, there's a certain thing gets turned on. People who have been in PT, who have been testing, they tested this aspect, and then it wasn't there in the patch, and it goes, because it gets turned on 2 weeks. It gets turned on 2 weeks after that. It gets turned
This model has been interesting too. I don't know about you guys, but to me, it feels like the cadence is higher this year than it was last year, even though the big patches are half as frequent. But because of these like interim content drops, like the cadence to me feels faster.
And that was to help with engagement throughout the
Probably also because we're actually getting features this year.
year, to give people more things to do, to keep people more interested. It's one of those things that you do when you're running a MMO. And that's been great up until the last 4 weeks. Yeah. That's worked.
Yeah.
And so it's, I don't want to harp on this. I don't know how much of this is my own personal, I'm stuck on it, or whether this is what I'm supposed to be doing with the show. But it seems like we know what we have to do.
We have to solve the process for sure.
We have to solve the process. We have to solve the process. We have to build more tools. We have to scale our validation to match the rate of content that we're doing.
And the complexity of content too.
Right, because this year we also turned on features. We turned on the feature spigot this year after pulling back on it in 2025. I think I can't tell if I've been messing up my years this whole time. All right, how confident do you feel? How confident do you feel that you've got a handle on this?
I think we know what we have to do. I think it's going to take a while to get all of these guardrails in place, right?
It's going to take a while.
But in the
it's
meantime,
going to be incremental, though.
I mean, we just have to respect the rules that we've set forward in the meantime, right? So that while we can't machine check everything this second, and to be honest, I'm not talking about months of work here on these validation frameworks, right? But it's about putting in the ability for every team to contribute guardrails, right? Which right now, it's a bit splintered. And so we need to bring this all back together. So I'm confident that especially the errors we just talked about, right? Like releasing a piece of content that crashes every server on launch, or twice, right? Or
brutal,
evident misconfiguration of items or costs or recipes, right? I'm confident that will solve the issue, that those issues will no longer occur as long as we respect the validation and nobody tripped them off, which, that's the next battle.
The validation issues.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we can eliminate that.
All right.
I've seen that. You put some stuff in place to prevent something, and then, you give it a skip flag for emergencies, and then people just skip it out of convenience.
So, for the last
there's always the human factor,
40
guys.
minutes, we've been off the program here a little bit. The issue that happened with 482 yesterday because of a validation issue, I didn't feel like we could go into the program that we had originally planned without addressing it. It was just, I was very frustrated, and sometimes I abuse my position here to do this.
We appreciate it for it, Jared.
You're laughing. I'm the one that's going to get back and see if my bosses are still happy with me or not. We do have a lot. We do have a lot to cover, a lot that we wanted to cover and stuff, and we're going to start getting into that stuff now. I hope watching you'll forgive the diversion, that you'll agree that it was worth it. I think there was some very useful stuff there, and I do want to say, I have to say this. This is me personally. Say this. He goes, it was an issue with a ship yesterday, but the ship teams around the world. There's a team here, there's a team in Austin, there's a team in Montreal, have been some of the consistently quality delivering teams of this project for years and years and years and years and years. It's easy. It's the last couple of weeks have been a bit rough, but it's like, where would we be? It's where would we be without the ship team? So it's like,
wouldn't be anywhere.
Yes, this seems like we're coming down on the ship team today. That is not my
Without the
intention.
ship team, this project would have been
happen
sunk
to
a long
be-
time ago.
They happen to be in the hot seat, yesterday. It's like this, but this could literally
Could have been
happen
anybody.
to
Could have been
anybody.
any team, yeah.
And it did. It happened. It was a whole nother team 2 weeks ago.
Sure.
And if we don't get these guardrails in place, it'll be a whole nother team 2 weeks from now.
Yep.
So, I just I,
like
I can't.
For me, the takeaway is human guardrails are not enough. Like,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Yeah. Just it's.
I mean, no guardrails are enough. There's always going to be something that gets through. Like, back to my point earlier in the stream. I mean, it's just the way of it.
Yeah, I just didn't want it. It's unfair to make it seem. It's unfair to make it seem like the ship team hasn't been absolutely killing it for years and years.
Just think about somebody in the chat. I don't know if that was you, Zelfie, or Nezudev, talking about your 99.99% uptime, right? I remember way back earlier in my career, I was working for a bank. I was developing a new help desk system for the bank that they were going to use for their call center, people calling in with ATM problems and whatever. And as part of implementing this help desk system for them, I got exposed to some of the rigor involved with updating their software systems and some other stuff they did, and just a crazy amount of red tape, right? With updating anything there. And you would be amazed. Maybe you wouldn't be. Maybe you would not be surprised at all. But I remember it was earlier in my career, and I was amazed at how spectacularly things still failed. I mean, here you are, the banking industry, tracking people's money. You have more red tape than probably the Pentagon, and your upgrades are still failing with fireworks. I mean, it was just incredible. So, now we've learned a lot. That was earlier in my career. Systems engineering and release engineering and all that stuff. We've learned a lot since then, but it goes back to like you're never gonna reach the pinnacle that you would love to reach. You wouldn't have a job if nothing failed. Yeah, exactly. None of us would.
And they still are. So, desync.
Ooh,
Here,
desync. Let's do it.
Nobody's ever going to say yes to being.
He was
on
supposed to do it
this
right
show
up.
ever again. Benoit, you.
Guess we're just gonna do it live.
I put you on the hook to write a big old a write-up on desync.
Yes.
And I know it's being worked on. I've seen the draft and it's being worked on between every other initiative. Time spent writing is time spent not actually fixing things and making processes better. And
Also, we got a couple guest stars in it that I'm hoping will make a difference too.
So that's still underway.
Oh, wow,
That's
it's
still
working on it.
underway,
Nice.
And it's more like a.
We are going to dissect
it's
that.
When we're done with it, it's going to be more like one of those. It's not a design brief. That's not the right thing. But kind of like what you saw with the gameplay guide. We're going to break it down, and I promise you, it'll be the most educated thing that you'll ever see from a game studio on
Hell
what
yeah,
it is
dude, I'm
and what
pumped
what
for
it
that.
isn't, and what causes it, and what doesn't cause it, and stuff like that.
And the particularities of our game architecture.
Yeah.
Also.
But that said,
Oh, architecture's in there too.
when
Dude, that's gonna be
4.8
sweet.
went out, I started with 4.7. 4.7 was great overall, but there's a reason I had to call you and ask you. There's been this mounting desync for the last several patches. It starts out small and it gets bigger. It affects some people more disproportionately than others. There are people that I have talked to, whether at a Bar Citizen
I
or
agree,
just
Nosy
in the
Duff.
chat here today or in any other show, where they're having a virtually unplayable experience. And then there are other people who are like, that's not my experience. I'm having, I'm having a wonderful time and whatnot.
I have found myself on both sides of that fence. I always feel bad whenever I'm having a really great time in the game because there's somebody else that is just having a miserable time, and you're like, wow, no, I'm having a great time. But then, a couple days later, you're on the other side.
Without just reading the entire doc that we're doing, I can't get past this show without talking about it at least somewhat.
Yeah.
What do we know?
I did apply a long time ago, Kennedy, but then I found out they're not big on remote work. And that's the only kind of work I'll do, man. I'm past the point of my life where I'm going to spend, 20% on the road.
Is causing it at this point? What are we doing to resolve it? Just a simple question.
Well, so what we know about right now is that there are some meshes. When I say meshes, I mean a dedicated game server inside a shard that are running way below.
Sorry, that might have sounded like what's the word I'm looking for? Shit, I'm having a total brain moment there. But I didn't mean it that way. It's just, I have the fortune of being able to say, now I'm not going to spend 20% of my life on the road, and so that's the choice I'm making.
FPS spec that we want, right? And so we don't have a handle just yet about what is actually causing it. We do have performance captures, and we're tracking at least 6 to 8
Entitled
very
is the word I
specific
was looking for.
optimizations that need to happen. One of them is within the area component, which is used all over the engine. Area and zone component, they kind of go in hand, but because we're pushing more content, right? The hierarchy trees of the game world is much bigger. So there's more areas, more zones, more subdivision, more. There are some areas of that where if you add a lot of entities in those that enter or exit these areas, there's, the engine provides listeners to track entities entering areas or leaving areas or zones changing, right? And obviously there's concurrency constructs around this to prevent one thread from accessing another thread, right? And so just keeping it simple without diving too much into the low level, which we will probably in some of our desync areas. But there's lock contention in the area component at the moment. In some places, there's lock contention in some areas of the game. When I literally mean area, like, if there's many entities in this spot, because of the way it's configured, we're seeing like basically FPS
I can relate
in those areas.
To that.
And so we're tracking about, like I said, 6 to 8 major optimizations that we're trying to get in our hotfix channel, right, to try to get this FPS back up to the spec that we want, which
Locking
is
a bitch.
Across the
server FPS.
Server FPS, correct.
Somebody's going to take that clip and say, "Oh no, Star Citizen's only looking for 20 FPS in gameplay and whatnot."
No. And it's important to note that, like, when a server is running low FPS, it doesn't mean that it will create desync, but especially when you're interacting with entities that are simulated on that DGS, AI,
You're trolling me, Spartacus.
AI characters, NPCs, then you're going to perceive desync because the source is slow at creating its output, and the traffic goes from your game client to the replication node, replication node to game server. Now, if game server is running slow, at the beginning of the frame, he's
How do you know that, Spartacus? Did you work there?
taking the state from the game, from the network to the game, and applying it. At the end of it, he's applying the changes back to the network, right? If that loop is slow, then your client's going to predict something, and then that prediction will get corrected the next frame, and that will create a rubber band, right? And so that's the gist of why there's desync in general.
Why does the client have to predict?
Because if he doesn't predict, then you're going to be at the tick of the server, and you'll see, like,
even if it was running perfect, you'd see it in an FPS, like, because you're.
Well, yeah, because if the server's running at 30 FPS, that's what you would be getting if the client wasn't doing prediction. His explanation of the client making a prediction and then jerking back to where the server says it is now. There's this is outside of my area of expertise. Okay, so don't take what I'm saying here as gospel or anything like that. Definitely take it with a grain of salt, but a lot of people in the comments on my videos have informed me of NetSync code. I forget there's certain types of code out there, and these things are very popular in live action, like sports games, combat games, all that stuff, where latency is a super sensitive topic, competitive game, right? It would be interesting to know, and I'm sure if it is, I'm sure this is something that he'll talk about in the desync document that they're promising us. But it would be interesting to know if maybe adopting those types of things would help them in the future.
Need for it to be, so responsive is too high.
Is this so? All right. The meshes inside the shard are certain ones are slowing down.
Correct. It's not widespread in all areas.
Which is why some people are in there having a great.
I'm not going to tell you which areas. That's what you're asking.
Which
I got to ask the obvious question. Then, at least it's obvious. It seems obvious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Is this related to the ship cleanup or lack thereof?
That's one of those things that we're looking at, is how aggressive or not the ship cleanup is actually happening. That's one of the things we're looking at. Yes.
Because you can watch a Twitch stream or look at it.
Speaking of cleanup, somebody linked this to me the other day. I was planning on digging into this. This was a Reddit post, which I do not read Reddit. But again, like I said, this was linked to me by someone I respect. It was a game engineer's perspective. Pez is unsustainable. Now, I did read through this once. It's not that long of a post. But just in case you've seen this, I totally disagree with this post. I'm not going to get into it here. We got enough of this video to get through. But whenever he was talking about cleanup being related to some of the desync issues, if you happen to cross this, don't buy into it. We'll talk about that in a different video. Maybe come out for the live stream on Saturday. Maybe we'll dig into it then. But yeah, not unsustainable.
The Initiative Council report, and you'll see. I want to say dozens and dozens, but I feel like it's even more.
Yeah.
Bricked ships everywhere because with the insurance changes and whatnot.
Sure.
Bricking these ships.
Yeah. Bloating. That's one way of putting it.
Is this viably part of what it is? Is this
in part? Yeah, that for sure doesn't help, because the more entities are replicated, the more the server needs to.
He's talking about this now, so it's relevant. But I have said from the beginning, like way back to when Pez was first introduced. If you remember, like Pez is what broke 3.1.8, right? Like 3.1.8 sucked as bad as it did, in part because that's when Pez was delivered to us, and a lot of people were very critical of Pez at the time, and they were saying, like, why does any game need to persist a coffee cup on a tree stump in the middle of nowhere indefinitely forever? Like, it seems very wasteful, right? And I said the same thing at the time that I'm going to say now. My opinion has not changed. I've gone on people's other creators' shows and said this exact thing. I think it is critical that CIG has this dial, has this lever, right? I think having the feature in the game is critical to what they're trying to build. But just as critical is them being able to turn a knob to control this on a fine-grained detail, depending on the situation. Like I want to, and I think they have this capability. I think they've talked about it, right? Like they're going to be talking about, they're talking about ships right now. Like crank the dial back on, or crank it forward on ships. Like we want ships, like derelict ships floating around the universe that people can salvage and all that stuff, right? When it comes to a coffee cup in an airport, crank the dial down. Like we want those cleaned up quickly, right? When it comes to ships around landing zones and POIs, yeah, crank the dial down. I think that's what's important. I don't think you can say like Pez is a shit system. It shouldn't exist. It's just a waste. No. Again, you want the capability. You want to be able to control that dial. I think it's important for immersion.
To do every frame, and so that contributes to this. So yes.
You can usually find it when you look at our server days performing great.
Actually, I don't know. Pseudo said
a larger vehicle population. certainly.
The servers
Oh,
are
yeah, the
performing
LTP
great
split,
as a
yeah, they did.
larger-
No,
Sorry, I thought you were
not
talking about
performing so great.
Bez thing.
It tends to have a slightly larger vehicle population or a very large active population. That can also happen. In general, just a lot of everything. We're quite a heavy game, entity-wise. We
Right.
want to avoid getting to the sort of size that we were in Stanton before we went into meshing, right? Because that was consistently difficult to manage.
Yeah, but if we're okay, if we're
velocity.
already, Stezig is like, fix it. Super helpful, dude.
Super helpful, dude.
Oh man, it's so easy. We're done with this subject.
You know what, Stezig?
I'm not gonna lie. I was tempted to watch this video on Twitch so that we could get the commentary, because just a little bit I saw today, I just wanted to freaking put every one of those, be like, I wanted, there was so much I was tempted to respond to, right? But I thought, now I'm not gonna watch this with the Twitch comments, because then I'll be here for 6 hours instead of 4. So
I honestly, none of us had thought about that. That's all right. We don't even need to do the rest of the show, do we?
I know that there's been some changes related to how we perform entity cleanup. So unattended vehicle.
no, the data, you're talking about the database sharding, Kennedy. They were talking about sharding the global database. That was, I don't know, 1 or 2 SCLs ago with Benoit. I think it was not this one, but the previous one that he was on. They were talking about the database sharding. Yeah. I think I even did a short video where I broke out the crayons to explain what that was all about. I don't know if that's been started yet or not.
Cleanup used to be a separate system, right, that ran on its own. That's been merged into what we call the density manager, which is basically an engine functionality that will look at overpopulation in clusters of areas that obviously designers have control over. For example, we want to make sure, like the exit routes for hangars are cleaned up, and so these are, have active cleanup zones configured, right? That's designer controlled. Now the engine will then, after that, apply the logic.
Those are the
volume,
levers and the
determine,
dials I'm talking about.
Too
That's
many
awesome.
of X in this area, and we'll start popping stuff out, right? He's going to do the cleanup. Now for a ship,
And it's cool that they're putting that in the hands of the designers.
Unattended vehicle cleanup system used to be separate. Now it's been brought into the density manager, I think end of last year, something like this. So it's been a while. And this one tracks whether there's passengers on player passengers on a vehicle, and will, based on a certain timer configuration, and the values are different depending on the areas, will either stow back the ship into the originating inventory or destroy it, depending on if it's a player-owned ship or if it's an AI ship, depending, right? Now, it does look like maybe there's a misconfiguration in key areas that are leaving ships there. So we don't think the system is incorrectly functioning. We think it might be inaccurately configured.
Okay.
In some areas, and so that would allow a very popular area to just accumulate ships like crazy, right? And so that's what we're looking at right now.
Are you able to clean up? Are you able to differentiate between? You obviously mentioned a ship that has a person on it. That's great, but a ship that doesn't have a person on it but is still a viable.
Yes, Sudo. They're doing. Well, so they have the graph database, and they have the global database. The graph database, I mean, both are going to end up being sharded, but the one they're talking about sharding now is the global database. And I don't know. I don't know that the global database is sharded per game shard, because the global database is what holds things whenever they're not instantiated into the universe. So a stowed ship, right, is in the global database, is my understanding, or something that you have in your, once you send it down the freight elevator, that goes into the global database, because it's not in the world at that point. And given that you can just hop to another shard of the universe, totally different shard, game server, whatever, and pull stuff back up the freight elevator, it makes me think that the global database is not sharded that way. Yeah, so it would make sense that that's the first thing that gets partitioned differently.
Viable ship
Yes.
versus a destroyed husk versus a bricked ship
Yes.
from the inventory. You're able to distinguish between
Yes.
and set timers for. individual
I'm
ones?
not sure if the density manager will have a modifier specifically for bricked or not, but
Will
it can see it.
It does or it will.
It will. It will.
Okay.
It will eventually.
Yeah, if it doesn't-
it will.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Because
And it's less about timers. It's more about density. It's sort of trying to say you have overpopulated this area. So it's less about like that ship is big.
Even if they do regions cannon, like I would imagine they have to replicate between regions because I can hop between EU and US now. But yeah, maybe in 1.0 that won't be the case.
In there for a long period of time. It's more like there's a lot of ships here.
Yeah.
Let's remove one. Let's figure out which one is best to remove. For unintended vehicle does have a timer as well. So you kind of have these like, it's sort of like we talked about validation. You start with a timer, then you start adding intensity, then you start sort of building up these views of the world to kind of understand which areas are problematic. Like, oh yeah, the entrance to a hangar, we have to be super strict.
Yeah.
Uh,
There's a place, as we're talking about this, something that pops in my mind that I think is also, in our process, now, not even development process, but let's call it live operations of the game. We're very lean in terms of our live operations at CIG because we're in development, right? And so even though we do run a live service, we try to run a really lean ship, right, on that side. And so we don't have an army of site reliability engineers that are looking at like every aspect of like,
That makes sense.
oh, Shard 25 is an overpopulation of ships at Jackson Swap in, between this time frame, time frame. Like we don't go in that depth, right? And so we track overpopulations across all shards, right? But we can't go granular into this. But that is an area where we could improve this and detect those things to better tune these values. Typically right now we will tune the density manager values every patch or every hotfix.
I would imagine that these are things that they will be building and will have to build as part of dynamic server meshing, right? Like that real-time intelligence on where crowding and overpopulation and all that stuff is happening. Although I think he's still talking about assets right now. But player density too is going to have to feed into DSM.
But that is a slow cadence compared to how you would react if you see, oh my God, on every shard this location is loaded, let's affect the density manager change right now. Right now we don't have the ability to do that live, and that's a problem. That would improve the game quite a bit.
There's folks in the. It would. I don't want to dismiss that. There's folks in the chat that are like, just make the.
Do I think they'll eventually stop letting players pick their region? I want to obfuscate that away from players and just intelligently stick them into a shard. Yeah, Pseudo said. I think. I obviously we're just guessing at this point, but I would assume that they are going to want regional superclusters. So you choose, are you playing in the EU or are you playing in North America, for example, or Oceanic region? And then, at that point, dynamic server meshing is to a point, and the universe is large enough that it can accommodate the North American player base on a copy of the universe. I think that would be ideal. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. I might be overly optimistic there, actually. But it seems to me, I don't know. I got to think about that more.
Make the brick ships salvageable or give towing missions stuff. Those are all.
They are salvageable, as far as I know.
Yeah, and the towing missions, but those are all game design and mission design stuff, that's not anything that the tech, and even then, a solution that requires entirely it relies on the players entirely to solve, is not going to get us where we need. I don't disagree, and I know
exactly.
it's the intention. They're supposed to be salvageable. If they're not, they will. Yes. They will be. It's just having towing missions to take them away and dump them somewhere is a great idea and stuff like that. But that can't be the only thing. There still needs to be a technical solution to clean this up. It's the reason I asked.
100%.
The reason I asked if it could separate everything is because, I don't think all of them are salvageable. I'm trying to remember an old conversation right now where there were rules about why this one could be salvageable and this one.
I know there's been changes related to this as well recently.
But like it's in my head. In my head, I'm just like, why don't we just disappear every brick ship right now until we get a handle on this? Like just crank the cleanup on bricked ships that we know don't belong to anybody, just like they get to exist for 1.5 seconds and then they're gone. It's like there's
I'm just imagining the Reddit post after that. My ship disappeared 1 second after
a brick ship. No, but the ship only gets a bricked ship.
Bricked.
A bricked ship is they're back at their ASOP terminal and they've reclaimed it. So why can't it just vanish? Now I'm certain. Whenever I go off like this and whatnot, and it sounds so simple and it sounds so obvious, and then I get back to my desk and I've got an engineer or something comes and goes, "It's not that simple, Jared. There's this and that. There's that dependency and blah blah." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just a layman moron who had a very simple idea." But it's hard because it's
we all feel that way
I'm
sometimes.
No different than half the people watching the show. It's just there are times when something seems so easy and so obvious.
Yep.
And it's like, just do that. Because that's what my head was screaming that whole time. That's where I was going. Sure. Just until we get a handle on it, destroy the brick ships right away.
Dynamic space dust?
If it was easy, it would have been done.
What's up, Sin?
So by that, you have to assume there is reasons that makes it not easy. And it's usually like the complexity in the interactions. Like Benoit talked about, you sell a gun, and then you deconstruct it, and then the material can be sold somewhere else.
Just fix
something
it.
Else.
Yeah.
These kind of complex.
It's had 14 years. Why isn't it fixed
between
yet?
Lots of different systems are usually what stops us from doing something that, from a tech point of view, is literally a flag in the database that says that's bricked. I can treat it as garbage.
Yeah. There's this thing. It's. What was the example? We had the example. I have to look back in our chat. There was something in the 481. It was the.
I feel like I wonder what it's like to be one of those people. I kind of want to just be that for a while. Just yell until I get what I want. Just I just kind of want to feel what it feels like. 14 years and it's not fixed yet. What the hell? And I'm just going to keep doing that until I get it.
One of the old features for the hanger module, for the. It's in our chat. It's in our chat. Yeah, it's one of the issues. And I said, dude, we need to remember that. It's in our chat. When I said we need to bring that up. I can't remember. But recently, one of the things that flummoxed 481 was an old system from like 6 or 7 years ago that hadn't been touched. As some new piece of content touched for the first time, and it didn't work. I can't remember. It's just one of those. It's if making games were easy, they'd be done. I mean, pivot your. There wouldn't be a studio that closes every week in the last 2 years.
Right.
So 4.8 comes out.
Yeah. There's been other issues. We talked about the catastrophic ones, but there's also other tangential issues.
Yeah, this ain't the only game. Pushing out patches with issues, man. PAX Day is another game I'm playing. Zin's in the chat. He knows. You should see its most recent patch. And it's a finished game. Past 1.0. Freaking... Oh my gosh, dude. It's a mess.
We've got a section coming up where we've pulled the dashboard and what folks are working on. I'll get to that in a second if that's where you were going. I want to stay a little bit more into 4.8. So. Think of how I want to do this here.
You never stop yelling? Is that the secret to it, Zelfie?
We put up a thread. We collected a bunch of questions. We pulled some of that. Some of that's affected. We've used that to inform certain of the topics here and stuff. When you go through. Okay.
Jared is really off script today.
If you had to put, I understand that nothing is simple. I understand that there's probably 14, 15, 16 underlying causes that all contribute to this. But if I ask the simple question, what changed in 4.8 that affected server performance so much? I'm just on like raw server performance.
Sure.
Whatever. What's the thing that comes to your head? I'm gonna get both of you on this.
Sure.
Here, so don't think you get out of this. It's try to make
for me it's behaviors. So there's one thing about running a game server is that it's kind of an organic behavioral system, right? And so you can have a game server with a version of the code, a version of the data running a certain way, and then players start doing something different. And that completely changes the performance profile. And so I feel like in 4.8, most likely my hunch for these 6 to 8 performance issues that we're looking at, it's related to some imprint changes. So the way people use ships, leaving brick ships behind, are there more claims than before? Are there other egregious issues that showed up that are creating more claims that would affect, the amount of entities on the server? Is there a
I would be suspicious that the new imprinting system has a lot to do with it. I don't know that for sure, but the whole bricking thing is a big new thing in 4.8, right?
function on, for example, the density manager cleanup that is leaving items in place? Or is there just people are going to a location that's configured to be very loose on its
the instant claim,
and it's somehow the location that
I wouldn't say that's the player's fault. It's the system that is ultimately behaving differently in that case.
people have decided to go to in this patch. So sometimes the performance
I can understand what he's saying about player behavior, changing the performance profile of the system. I wouldn't say that is him putting the blame on the players. I would just say you're changing the system, which causes the players to change their behavior, which causes the system performance to degrade. Right? It's a circle of life.
profile of the game servers changes just based on behaviors, not on we changed something.
So you're blaming the backers.
No. I'm blaming the features that cause behavioral changes.
Yeah, exactly. You just said it.
And so that, for me, that's what screams. That's what comes out of it for me. You're talking raw server performance here.
Yeah, I'm not talking just the raw server performance here. What are you thinking, Jens?
I mean, it's hard not to just parrot what you just said. I mean, it does feel like when I think of 4.8, there's nothing there I can go, that those gameplay changes we made could have caused it. The only thing I can think of is we did performance improvements, but there is a large change in how we handle vehicles and the lifetime of vehicles.
You mean the changes with the imprinting and the insurance system and stuff.
Yeah.
So the way that
That's where my suspicion was immediately.
the life of a vehicle in the universe changed, but its lifespan with the bricking and stuff like this, and the way that players handle them because of the changes that we instituted.
Yes.
I want to be clear. It's So you're bringing it back. You're bringing it back a big chunk of it, not everything, back to the number of ships.
I mean, that would be based on what I know of that patch went out to it. I just don't see I don't recall there being any larger changes on the gameplay side. I feel like could explain it.
Yeah, we're not talking about their. I want to be real clear. It's you. Folks watching, you have a lot of experience with me, and you have a lot of experience with Benoit. You know, less experience with Jens here. He's not saying that there are no bugs. There are no bugs. It's like we're talking about raw server FPS things. A bug does not impact server FPS. You know, the freight elevator eating your cargo does not affect server FPS and stuff. The question I asked was, what is affecting the raw server FPS? And that answer is they're trying to find an answer specifically to that. If it sounds like we don't know the answer, quite honestly, we're still working on it. It's somebody in the chat said it sounds like Jared's frustrated. Of course I'm frustrated. These two guys at the table are frustrated. Quite a lot of people are frustrated. I say it over and over again. We're having the same conversations you guys are having, just 3 weeks earlier. And it's like this. There's this concept that game development is game construction. You're just supposed to have all the answers, and you're supposed to know everything, and everything's supposed to be figured out before you do it and stuff. And just the reality is that's not how it works. I'm not talking about CIG here. I'm talking about the entire industry. I'm talking about how games come together. I'm talking about programming. Quite honestly, it's discovery. It's just
That was so well said. That game development is game construction. That's how Reddit, Twitch comments, Spectrum comments, that's how people come off, right? Like, you're supposed to have everything figured out in advance, and you're just executing a series of steps from the beginning until the end, until you're completed, and there shouldn't be any surprises along the way. There shouldn't be any mistakes along the way, because if there's any surprises or any mistakes, well, you're mismanaging the company. That's exactly how they come off.
Discovery as you go through it.
Yeah, they're completely ignoring the discovery.
We always figure it out. We always figure it out. Like I could sit here.
Problem solving, the evolution, the creativity, the art.
Here, it's like, when I go to a Bar Citizen, people always ask me like, is it hard to go out and do this? What I'm doing right now. It's less than 12 hours after a patch went out and was totally borked and whatever, and you've got to go out live and put on a face for the project and whatnot. Is it hard to do that? After 318, I had to do the thing. After the freight elevators with Race for Stand, I had to do the thing and whatever. Is it hard to do that? And the answer is no. It's not hard, because of the people here. I believe in the people here more than anything. It's when you get I spend more time with the people who work here than across teams than most people. Everybody's working on their work. My work is the people. So it's when I lose faith in the people here, that's when you'll stop seeing me. But it hasn't happened in 12 years. It's not going to happen anytime soon. I love the people here, and they're working on it. If they haven't figured it out yet, they will figure it out. So you've already got some tremendous
for sure.
leads.
And I think to be honest, like on server performance, the 6 to 8 issues we're looking at now are definitely the source of the problems.
Do you want to just enumerate what the 6 to 8 issues are? You mentioned it. You've mentioned it a couple times, and it's just why don't we just use this opportunity?
Of course, I can. Well, I don't want to deep dive into each of them because
just give me top level.
That's a bit intense if we go down that route. But there's navigation system dispatching of tile configuration changes on planets, which affects how AI uses the nav mesh on planets. So there's a performance call out on that is costing us a chunk of frame in the servers. This is purely based on the servers we know are affected by this problem. There's
a lot of digging.
Yeah.
A lot of digging through a lot of data.
Yes.
To find the sort of common culprit that are going to make a meaningful impact.
Yeah, no, exactly. This is like cross-linking a lot of things. There's
Remember that game servers operate on loops, right? Like they're like an event loop type of thing. The ones I'm aware of do. There might be ones that operate differently, but like it's a shared resource, right? The compute, the amount of time you can take away from a frame is a shared resource. It's kind of like a database. If you have a lot of different computers hitting the same database, like that is a shared resource. Any amount of substantial load that one computer is putting on the database, you're starving, or you're taking away that capacity from other computers that are trying to access that database. And a frame in a game server is the same, right? So like if you have NPC logic that is burning CPU because of some planetary mesh or grid or whatever he's talking about, like that could affect the jank of your boxes on your freight elevator, right? Like it's the way it goes.
This is a pet peeve of mine that I keep pushing on, and we're gonna definitely resolve that from a software point of view. But there's an entity spawner in some of the areas that are affected that are coming in and out of streaming and respawning their spawn set every time.
This is the NPCs that just go, it just spouts out.
And one example, I have multiple others related to this. That's one. The area component we talked about. So it's what we call register with external systems is a phase when the components are a component or an entity is coming online when it's streaming in. It needs to register with external systems. That's a notorious area that is an issue on multiple components. This one is from the area component. Is in that place a problem?
So the first two are NPCs.
Do you think that it would be feasible for CIG to design and set up their own server setup? And do you think it would be better than performance for them than AWS? I did a video way back in the beginning of my channel on that topic. TLDR, yes. I think at some point in the future we will see them do some on-premise hosting. I think they're always going to be doing some AWS hosting, but again, it depends on how much of their own resources and talent they want to invest in that. I certainly do not expect them to do any on-prem while they're in development. All right, like while we're in early access, I do not expect them to do any on-prem servers. But past 1.0, if the player base supports it, I could certainly see them doing some on-prem. I go into the weeds on that topic, Kennedy, in that video I did. If you go back, I think it was actually, this might have been. Let me see here. If you go, well, it's probably a popular video. Yeah, right here you go. My second most popular. There it is. It's called Future Star Citizen Server Hardware. I'll link it in the chat. I go very deep in the weeds on why they'll probably do their own on-premise servers eventually. TLDR, more performance. I don't know that that's the reason you would do it. I think efficiency, cost, those are the reasons that you would do on-prem. But I think no matter what, you're always going to do some AWS. But yeah.
PC related.
Correct.
Or some cloud.
This one is.
I think that's the sweet spot to be in, is having the flexibility of having some of your capacity on-prem and some in the cloud, because demand for the services contracts and swells throughout the day, right? And you'll see this in the video, but it really comes down to identifying, like, where's the sweet spot? Like, how much compute do I want to guarantee is available all the time, steady state, and then what do I want my, service to be able to expand into to accommodate peak loads or bursts in traffic after a release or whatever. It's really just a numbers game.
more engine and let's call it
And also having that ability gives you bargaining power.
area configuration related. This one bleeds into the zone lock that we talked about earlier. So those are two area.
Better option than AWS? Not really. Not really. I mean, you can do GCP or Azure, but when it comes to the super high performance stuff, and from to my knowledge, AWS is still king.
And zone lock. So this is really tied to the amount of content in the game and the complexity of that content in some areas, because we're also making more and more complex scenes.
Right.
You know, like space station, and you know, the content we've put out recently, whether it's TSG or Rockcracker, or like, there's a lot more complex layouts in those elements that contribute a lot to this, and so those are part of that. The ship cleanup is another big one that we're looking at the moment, which is the source probably of the other two, which is the amount of registered entities that have either MFDs and or the flight system active.
Entities that specifically have MFDs?
Yes.
So it's an excessive number of MFDs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why isn't MFD so?
Well, we don't know specifically. I bet that if I went into that area and I looked, there would be a bunch of MFDs that are somehow visible. So that's been these components have a visibility aspect to it, where if you look at it, it's going to replicate for you, but if you don't look at it, it doesn't. Might be a malfunction with that. We're not sure.
Right.
Isn't that interesting? If you look at it, it replicates. If you don't, it doesn't. I always find like parallels between computing and software and nature interesting. I call this out in my early videos a lot more than I do now, but like that's kind of like the observation effect in physics, right? Like where like observation actually changes the way a particle behaves or something like that. Yeah, exactly.
Right, so the ship is breaking, but the MFDs are still visible. And
Yeah, it
still...
could be like broken ship MFDs, you know,
Exactly,
like we've seen
Zelfie.
weird things like, you know, everybody knows about the graveyard. There's been other graveyards in other areas, right? So there might be a new one we haven't found yet where there's somehow MFDs end up there, right?
So you have a couple AI NPC related things, NPCs, and the way they interact with the surface of worlds, planets, and moons.
Yeah.
NPC spawners, you know, these things that load out, load in, then respawn their entire allotment of AI when they're already out there. So you got some NPC stuff. You got some location stuff. The locations are getting more complex, and the area system is not properly culling them.
Yeah, it's an optimization at this point. Like, the functionality is correct. It's just it's slow.
A lot of.
Yeah. A lot of it. Yeah.
And then there's the ship specific one, the cleanup stuff, and then there's some raw entity stuff that we also suspect is related to the ships, because the ships have the most entities.
And one final one that is fire. So there's been some ships catch fire.
I haven't even seen a fire yet. Has anybody seen one?
We've seen the area physics properties of how the temperature system interacts with fire needs a big optimization, and it's costing us frame time. Where that's a combination thing, because internally we can't reproduce it, but we see the cost on some of the game servers that are running slow.
Okay. So these are the top 8 ish kind of culprits to just raw server performance. We can optimize these 8
Yeah, I feel
things.
that, Kennedy.
We should see
big gains.
I wasn't going to say big, but I'll let you say it.
I was excited for fire. I have yet to see
big
one.
gains in server performance.
Yeah. Now the thing with everything with optimization, right? It's a fog of war, right? When you
You fix that. That's what was slowing it down. Then you find the next thing ends up.
You get rid of the elephant, and behind it is another one.
It's the 7-Up can that was slowing us down. You know, the Pepsi can would have been slowing us down the whole time, but the 7-Up was doing it first. So the Pepsi never got a chance to slow us down.
And
you
Exactly.
optimized 7-Up, and now Pepsi's like, my time is here. I can screw you over.
I can now be the one on top.
The choice.
I agree with you on that, Kennedy.
That's how old I am. Did you guys have that campaign here? A bunch of children. There's only one nodding head over there.
I remember the campaign.
The same properties apply to crashes, right? Typically, when we do like stability checks on game servers, which, by the way, other than the two big issues that we've had, the baseline stability for 4.8, outside of these two events of the missing entity classes and the Idris problem, overall stability has been in a really good range overall, and so we've been happy about this. Other than now, the stats are terrible because of this, so we'll have to take a look. But the same properties apply.
I bet
to
the
crashes.
stats are terrible.
So when we look at top crashes, you're like, oh, we just have to fix this one. It's super high frequency. Then we fix it, and then oh my God, there's 3 more. Right? And so it's a fog of war. Optimization and crash stability are like fog of war activity where you've got 7 now, you know what those are. We fix them. It might be the end of it, it might not be.
Yep.
You can get clusters as well, and that's the same on the performance side. We might be looking very, very closely at the servers performing poorly, and we might be fixing things that help those, but that doesn't help at all to the other servers because they might be running into completely different issues. Like there might be something that's happening specifically on those servers that's unique to them that brings them to that low rate, whereas the rest of them don't benefit as much from that. So you always have to sort of look closely at the details and react to those, but proactively try to look at the big picture and sort of take you sort of where are we going overall. Once we fix that cluster there, how do we get all of it to sort of benefit from a smooth ride? Just zero desync.
Just a ray of sunshine, yeah.
Yes, that's it. I'm just
We want
bringing
this butter.
yeah, it's gonna be all plain sailing.
I wanted to touch on in my notes I've got, because there was other issues in 4.8 that come from other optimizations that we've done and or other improvements that also contributed to some perception on the patch.
Okay.
So there's one thing that we're battling on the game side is that, we mentioned how we're transforming the game from one model to the MMO model, right? And that means scaling systems. When we say that, we really mean transforming those systems to be service powered, right? So instead of being all in the game server and it's all good, right? We transfer these things to be service powered, right?
So the server no longer has to run transit. The server no longer has to run.
In part, right? It could be transit, it could be other things, right? Like, for example, missions had a part of the mission system needed to be pulled out of there.
That
to
makes
be
a lot
able
of
to
sense.
have server meshed missions, for example, right? So there's a lot of work behind that to basically dissect some services and move them to
That's a good way of getting the compute off the frame.
some
we're talking
game
about.
systems and move them to services. Now, interacting from the game client with services that are on cloud infrastructure,
But it increases latency. It's gonna, everything's a trade-off, right? It might sound really great at first, like, oh, that's free compute. You don't have to worry about sacrificing frame time. But at the same time, now you're introducing latency. Any kind of distributed state is complicated to get right. So
is kind of a different discipline than being a gameplay programmer doing a gameplay feature, right? Let's say I'm working on the main character, the actor in the actor team, like Jens, for example, and I'm doing a feature around that. But my world is kind of self-contained to the actor. If I'm also doing the replication side of this, which typically our gameplay programmers do both, but I know about the replication side of things, but that's the bubble. It doesn't exist, that bubble, right? When you talk about cloud infrastructure, cloud services that you need to invoke, service APIs to do something, whether it's inventory service, right? Whether it's reputation systems, whether it's friend service, social systems, whatever. that's a different type of programming that tends to always be based in what, for the layman's is asynchronous programming. So not all C++ gameplay programmers are well versed in the asynchronous aspects.
That's what I was just talking
more
about.
and more
Yeah.
today, but it's still always a little bit of a jump. And so we've realized that there's a little bit of fragility in how some of our game systems interact with cloud services. So one of the particularities with this is that you need to design for things that can fail. That sounds horrible, but that's the way it is, right? When you visit a website and it's loading assets and one asset doesn't load, your browser is going to retry and you're not even going to see the difference, right? Now, the game in some areas, and I'm going to focus on the one I wanted to talk about today, which is inventory, is very fragile in its interactions with the backend systems. And so we had an issue in 4.8 that was, from a backend perspective, extremely.
If you're a web developer or somebody who develops a lot in modern runtimes like Go or Python or whatever, you might take for granted how easy concurrency is, right? Like the ability to fire off something asynchronously and then get that result back and really not have to think a lot about what all transpired to make that happen. But whenever you're a C++ programmer or a C programmer, like there's a lot more things you need to worry about. Now, I'm not sure if the frameworks that they are using puts or like kind of abstracts over some of these problems and difficulties, but it's just it's something to keep in mind. Like, and it might be an evolution point that they need to reach. But I get what he's saying, right? Like, this has been an evolution that the entire industry has been on for quite some time, and in games specifically, I'm sure have been lagging the general state of the industry because of how performance sensitive they are. And anytime you introduce asynchronous IO and latency and all that stuff, I mean, that is a trade-off you're making, right? You're saying, I want concurrency and parallelism, and I'm willing to trade consistency and latency for that. And I would imagine that for a lot of games, that's a bad trade. So I wouldn't say the code base is shit. I would say that it's an evolution. And he admitted that in the beginning of the show when he was talking about, we're taking Star Citizen, which was always a game executing on one game server, and we are turning it into an MMO. Like that's the admission that like this is not an MMO yet, and that journey is underway.
Minor. We're talking
from an
about,
infrastructure point of view.
100 requests out of millions of requests every 2 minutes would have a problem, right? But the net effect, because that was affecting the inventory, is that people's inventory would get stuck. And so the effect on the game was completely magnified from what the backend team...
Because you can't do anything with your inventory, really.
Well, yeah, so the inventory has this issue, it's not an issue, it's a property, where all of the moves that you do in your inventory need to be ordered. They need to be performed in order. And that requirement is extreme, because you can't go, put this element on the head and then put this other element on the head and take this one back and stow it and then move the core armor. And then if the backend systems were completely asynchronous and do this in parallel, you would end up with like mixed results, And so
or we could not have prediction, which would be the other option. But then obviously we run into the problem that
Performance.
I put the helmet on my head and I'm waiting.
yeah.
You're waiting
And
for the
I'm
server to
waiting.
catch up.
And I'm waiting.
Right.
You're waiting for the server to
While I'm doing that, I can't do anything else.
And so
Anytime, I'm waiting for my helmet to show up.
and so this minor, like I said, from a backend perspective, 100,
100 times out of 2 million is what you said.
100 out of 2 million
Every 2 minutes.
every 2 minutes, right? Which was a heartbeat problem. Anyway, it's been fixed, but the net effect was that you're making moves on your inventory, and then one of the moves stays there to the possible maximum of the timeout, which is 8 minutes in this case, which that's the problem.
It's a long time.
And so
in
now,
a game.
if you looked at, I mean, backers at this point that have been with us for a long time all run with some display info, and so they see the pending moves debug on the UI, and so they can see, oh, there's a move that's stuck, right?
I disagree, Spartacus. You're saying that they just stated that they didn't design this for an MMO. It's the code base. They need to rewrite to make it happen. No, what he said is that Star Citizen was developed on a single game server, and it has been running on a single game server for the past 14 years, right? And now they're making the jump to multi-server, and multi-server is what's going to be required for them to support the number of players that they want to support. This is not dissimilar from other MMOs. If you followed the design of Ashes of Creation, it was on a similar trajectory, and I'm sure, like, the only reason that we're seeing these games is because they had more of an open, alpha-driven development process. But if you went early into New World or World of Warcraft or whatever, you would have seen a similar journey, right? PAX Day. Like, most of these games started off on a single game server, and then they expanded to multi-game server at some point during development. That's kind of a normal state of things. Like, whenever you start a brand new project, do you start, I mean, I don't know if you're a developer, Spartacus, but I don't start in the final state. You know, I start with some kind of an MVP. I'm like, okay, this is how I need to get this thing working, and blah, 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 and then I'll start layering on complexity. The trick is designing your stuff so that you can roll it forward. And like, I get the sense that they did build a lot of things with forward evolution in mind. Going back to, like, the hybrid service as an example, like, but they've been talking about the hybrid service for a long time, which has long combined the replication layer, the game server, what else? The PES, the persistent entity stream, like, all of that was combined in a single process for a long time, and they've long anticipated a point in the future where that stuff would all be broken out into individual services, right? Like, that's forward thinking. That's like, okay, this is the final state, but we're not ready for this multi-service state yet. We're going to bake it all into a single process. Like, that's the kind of forward thinking I'm talking about.
Right. And so that's how these things were stuck. If you were unlucky and you didn't move in one of those 2-minute windows, I say every 2 minutes, but it was really a 3-second small window. If you didn't move in those 3 seconds, then your inventory was stuck for 8 minutes, which is crazy.
An eternity.
You know? And so that
now I know to wait for 8 minutes.
First to explain it, because a lot of people ask the question, what's happening when this happens? That's what happened. Now we fixed that issue, obviously, so that no longer is the back end issue is no longer occurring, but we still have that weakness on the client.
Right.
So that's one thing we need to solve now. Is we've realized, Jens and I have had multiple conversations about this, but we've realized that there's a lot of areas in the game, whether it's freight elevators, whether it's inventory management, handling, and I'm not talking about the UI.
Does anybody remember the inventory issues in New World whenever it shipped? And this was a finished game, right? Ran by a big studio. I mean, the inventory issues in that game were next level bad. And then I remember Ashes of Creation having inventory problems where I remember trading with somebody, and you could tell there was like a lag whenever like a trade would go off, where like you would complete a trade, and then in chat you would see like one at a time, like talking about like ordering of inventory operations. You would see like item 1 traded, item 2 traded, item 3 traded, like. And I remember one time the person I was trading with logged off as soon as the trade window was closed, and the stuff we were trying to trade just vaporized. Like, it was just gone. So Star Citizen is not the first game to struggle with inventory issues early in development.
UI here. I'm talking about what's behind it when you do your moves. Like
The UI is where you get to see it.
Yeah.
But it's actually
The inventory issues in that game are legendary. Yeah. I assume you're talking about New World.
Systems.
Oh, DayZ? Yeah, no, I never played DayZ.
We've identified a series of weaknesses in how either legacy systems were built because they were built
Literally
before
any
these
Bethesda
services
game and it's not
existed,
even multiplayer.
and
Yeah.
then asynchronous calls were tacked on in the middle to get something working. And so we
Not to excuse a poorly functioning inventory system. All I'm saying is a lot of times the vocal player base will have you believing that, dude, all this stuff is simple. Why isn't this solved? This has been done 1,000 times before. I mean, there's all these games that do inventory correctly. Nah, that's bullshit. It's anybody who's worked with any substantial amount of code before knows that anytime you're in a code base, there's always novel things in each code base that make issues complicated for that particular code base. And just because this game over here has a seemingly well-functioning inventory system does not make it an easy problem in this project over here.
started to develop a charter that we've started to analyze every game system with this charter, right? It's basically a very simple red, amber, green kind of tracking, right? Where we can look at one system, let's say we look at inventory management. We can ask all these questions, right? And with this.
What's running on Jared's laptop there? That Discord? There's like a picture in the background.
We will identify all the pitfalls that this system needs to resolve. So without having a bug report, I can just look at the code and go, you know what? This breaks this principle. I need to fix this principle, right? So one example of principle is player items are sacred, right? So if I have actions to do, for example, I need to turn in stuff for a mission, I will not delete the items, then progress the mission. I will progress the mission, and on success and confirmation, I will then delete. And then if the delete fails, I need to have compensating actions to move forward, right? So that's an example of like the analysis that we're doing.
Oh yeah, good point, Zelda. I'm just curious.
Asynchronous programming.
I'd like to know what community managers plugged into.
Explicit for all paths. So we're evaluating all of that. There's multiple other areas in the charter, but that's one of the things we're putting in place to augment the interactions between game client server.
I want to hear a little bit about this charter.
Progress. But this breaks this principle. I need to fix this principle, right? So one example of principle is player items are sacred, right? So if I have actions to do, for example, I need to turn in stuff for a mission, I will not delete the items, then progress the mission. I will progress the mission, and on success and confirmation, I will then delete. And then
yeah, I wasn't sure what he meant by charter, but he's basically talking about like the golden rules. Like if you've read any of the Asimov books about, like the rules that robots follow to protect humans. He's talking about like the golden rules that the game can never break. So it makes sense.
And if the delete fails, I need to have compensating actions to move forward, right? So that's an example of like the analysis that.
I hear you on Ash as being an ominous call out. I only mention it because we don't have a ton of examples of MMOs that released early in their development cycle. That was one of them. Star Citizen's one. You guys may know of some others. I don't know a lot of other MMOs that released early. So it's hard to point to other MMOs and say, hey, in this stage of its development, it behaved like this. I guarantee that other MMOs evolved from a simpler state to a more complex state over time. Hell, even look at World of Warcraft. If you compare its 1.0 infrastructure and architecture to what it's like today, it's night and day. They're not even remotely the same, right?
That we're doing. Asynchronous programming we talked about needs to be explicit for all paths. So we're evaluating all of that. There's multiple other areas in the charter, but that's one of the things we're putting in place to augment the interactions between game client server and services so that when things go wrong, and they do, right? That's the nature of internet packets not being delivered, services not being available, cloud services being there or not. That there's no like irreparable breakage, and that the experience can still continue and be resilient.
Flip says, Jared looks exhausted. I'm not the one that was up till 4 o'clock in the morning fixing this thing. You know, it's somebody, what was it earlier? Earlier it was like, it's like, this is what happens. Where is it? One of our moderators nuked it. But Wrangle McDangle nuked comment says, this is what the community looks like when they start to realize the company they give their money to doesn't really care about them. Sad. This is the CTO who was up until 4 o'clock this morning, you know, bug fixing. You know, not just the directors and the programmers, and he had plenty of people with him and whatnot, but they're up to all hours of the night trying to get this stuff going and whatnot. And then they come here and they do this and whatnot. This is not people who don't care. But anyway, that was a comment about how tired I look. This is just how I look. It's the gray. Well, there's more gray now for some reason. But, so this is interesting.
I want to touch on the charter, Jens.
I want to touch this thing that you said real quick.
Very quick.
Building. So the system was built for kind of perfection. It expects everything to work the way that it wants to, and because the system was built without the expectation of some level of failure, it ends up, when it gets some level of failure, it fails completely. So you actually get, so in a weird way, if you build something with the expectation of no failure, you end up with a lot of failure. Right. And if you build something with the expectation of a little bit of failure, you end up with less failure than you otherwise would, right. because
it's actually more the fault of flawed game design and the ability to keep scope discipline, but it's probably needs. We can agree to disagree on that, Spartacus. I think if you thought long and hard about how other MMOs have evolved, you might see what I'm talking about. But here's a couple concrete examples for you. Aside, since you don't like the Ashes, how about we look at Conan Exiles versus Doin Awakening? Conan Exiles was designed to run on a single server. In their next release, they released Doin Awakening. Very similar technology, same game server architecture, everything else, but now they can run on a fleet of servers and handle a lot more players. How about EVO Online? EVO Online started off single system, single server, expanded that to handle as many star systems they want. They grew the ability to distribute their star systems across a bunch of servers. They started off with a really crappy version of Python. They experienced deadlocking issues. They rewrote the Python core for less interpreter locks. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. These games evolve over time. They develop. They can develop these features and layer them on in such a way over time to unlock more capacity and capabilities. I don't know what else to say.
It's more nimble, and it can adjust, and it's a self-healing.
But somebody could have easily looked at early versions of EVO Online and said, "Dude, this is a piece of shit. This is not engineered to scale. Why the hell did you write the backend in Python? That's the worst possible decision you could have ever made." And yet they still have 50,000 concurrent players. You know?
Yeah, you know, self-healing stuff.
Yeah,
there's this idea of, you know, we don't plan for failure or whatever, and every time I hear something like that, we don't plan for failure or whatever, I'm just remembered of NASA. NASA in the 60s, like, these are people who plan for every kind of failure, and that's part of why they succeeded. Yes. So, you know, what you're talking about just kind of reminded me of this interesting paradigm shift, or philosophical shift of creating for some level of failure so that we can be nimble and self-correcting, and then we end up having fewer things like what we're experiencing, where the whole thing just craps out for 8 minutes and stuff. It's an interesting philosophical.
Designing for failure is critical. I like this conversation. This is something I'm working through right now on my own project.
I think Benoit is absolutely right as well with the challenges from a gameplay side. Certainly, if you come from a background of running things only on your local machine, it's so responsive, right? Whatever you do just comes back immediately. And sadly, Yeah, exactly. And suddenly you have to work on these premises where a timeout might be 8 minutes later. It's a you know, from a scale
That's an
point of view.
extreme example.
That's a very
8
extreme
minutes.
example, and you go, how do you, and as well as much as you all, you know, from my point of view as from the gameplay side is obviously. I still want to always be super responsive to the player. So even if it's self-healing under the hood, you should still see everything you do have an immediate reaction in game. So that's why we always predict, and that's why sometimes things go wrong, but we accept that things will go wrong and we roll back. But we try to sort of be right more than we're wrong. So like you said, you know, only be wrong a tiny bit of the time, not all the time.
So I mean, I wanted to
I
touch
like
on
that.
the charter, just I mean, without going into details, but just because people are asking, you know, what are you doing about it, right? And I think that this kind of audit where we can kind of leverage our programmers not just to build the features, but all because you know, gameplay programmers are going to be in their world when they're doing something, and so they're making the feature, they're trying to make it feel good, you know, and then they're like, it works. That's the happy path, right? Now. Let me unplug the internet, right? Let me unplug the internet for 2 seconds and plug it back in, right? Or it's basically, you know, on the online side, we call it chaos engineering, which is more like let's kill processes and see what happens so that we can recover.
I've been working through this for the past like 3 weeks of my project. You know, I had that moment where I'm like, yes, it works, and then it's like, okay, now I got to make sure it can survive all kinds of torture and hell, and it's a process to get there.
On the game side, I think that we kind of need to bring this perspective to the table to every developer so that they can evaluate their own work against, you know, basically a rag sheet of like, explain the longest async chain in this component, and does it have every path handled, and can it be reached right? Well, just with that, I solved half the bugs that we can see in some of the systems that interact with cloud services specifically. Are the areas that are there. Now there's way more principles and stuff to look at in the area, but that's what we've been doing is to basically like bring this so that it's not just the leaders that bring it the sort of the hammer down of like you need to do this way and this is what we do. It's more like bring it as a culture throughout the gameplay teams and the engineering teams.
There's
I think CIG with Project Scope Discipline releasing essentially a multiplayer freelance in 2014. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Spartacus. I mean, obviously there are people who are on board with the direction they're moving. Just look at the funding chart.
We're going to get into our end game here and talk about some. We've been talking about a bunch of generalized stuff. So we're actually going to get into literal bugs here in a bit and do a little pseudo bug smashers here for a little bit. Before we get to that, because that's our last part, and then we got to go and whatnot. The conversation that you're seeing here today is the kind of thing that makes me still be here. There's this idea that happens often that any video game company is a monolith. That everybody that works for a video game company all thinks the same thing, all works the same way, all has the same level of experience and philosophies and stuff like that. And if there's anything, if you've watched we just looked at it the other day, it's like 1,600 videos that I've made for this place in this time. If you watch all of those, the first thing you should know is it's not a monolith. It's, we're not a monolith. No studio is a monolith. There are people with different ideas and different philosophies and different aptitudes all working together to try to make this creative thing. You'll see 100 quotes online about how the creation of a video game is more miracle than anything else. That we take this time and show that we're not perfect. That we take this time and show that even after 14 years, 15 years, we're still learning. We're still developing. We're still changing the way that we work. We're still getting better at stuff. It's easy to weaponize that. against us. Oh, they don't have any idea what they're doing, or I can't believe they're still figuring this out. You know, this like this. Because I see the comments. I know there's those of you out here that will do that, and there's nothing that I'm going to say or do here today that will stop you from doing that. So, do what you're going to do. But
running a live multiplayer in a freelancer game could have built the expertise for what they're attempting now. I made that argument earlier in the show about how what they're doing now is building the RE muscles for whenever this game goes live. So, I mean, either way, you're running an alpha game and you're building expertise along the way, or you're running a released game 10 years ago and you're building expertise along the way. I don't know that we know for certain that releasing a multiplayer freelancer 10 years ago would have led to the Star Citizen that we are aiming for in 1.0. Like, I don't think that any of us know that. Because I think that we've seen a lot of companies release games and then that game gets away from them, right? Because once you have a live service game that is generating a lot of revenue just through its existence, money and how delivered features relate to your income stream become the primary motivator. It's no longer like the dream. Right now it's how can I tweak the user experience to make my chart go up 5%. So I don't know that a released game for 10 years leads to Star Citizen 1.0. I don't know. I think that, like, I'm not sitting here being a fanboy of CIG. I think that all companies trend towards what we don't want them to be. And I don't think that Star Citizen and CIG is any different in the long run. I think that once the game is out and once it is immensely successful and once it is generating a ton of revenue, I think that over time CIG will trend towards being just like Activision or Rockstar or any number of other studios. And eventually CIG will be the risk-averse company, just like all the rest. Right? Like, that's just how these things go. We have this risk tolerance now because of the funding model, and I don't know that we would have had that if they launched multiplayer freelancer 10 years ago. I don't think anybody can know that.
I love, and I think it's more honest, and I think it's more in line with what this project set out to do.
Exactly, Velocity. When they become risk averse, the dream dies.
Have these shows and have these moments and be like,
so we need to reach the dream
we're working on it.
before risk aversion sets in.
We work where we fell behind in this area. We have to change the way that we program build things for an MMO as opposed to what we were doing before and stuff like this. I just always appreciate anytime somebody comes on this show and is willing to roll those dice, because there will be people, there are already people in the chat now, there will be people on YouTube, there will be people on Reddit and like this who will take the things said here today and weaponize them. And that's fine. It happens. It's always going to happen. It'll never stop happening. But it doesn't stop you from coming here and being as candid as you are, and I really appreciate that. We really did meet at like 9 o'clock this morning, and for 3 hours talked about everything. Like, where are we still going to do this show? It's how do we do this without being as honest and as candid as we are and stuff like this. It's just, I was like, we just kind of do it. When you don't know what to do, usually I find the truth is the safest bet. So with that said, unless you have something you want to add, I want to get to the last kind of phase.
I got one more thing.
You got one more thing?
That was in my list that I just wanted to touch on, which is shard lock.
Shard lock.
No,
I heard a lot of people complaining about this one.
What's shard lock, Benoit?
Well, so I want to say first that shard lock is it's kind of a community word. We didn't come up with.
For if the person is still in the chat who was asking about how we think Star Citizen will approach shards and regions and all that stuff in the future, and whether we'll have one super shard per region or multiple servers. I think how CIG is approaching shard locking today is a peek at how they intend to approach player density control in the future. And I think that, well, I can't say what CIG is thinking, but if I were in their shoes, I would certainly be looking at other MMOs on the market, right? I would be looking at World of Warcraft and New World and any MMO that has shipped, because they have all struggled with this problem and tried to approach it in different ways, many of them very poorly. And that is player density control. New World is a good example, which it shipped with a number of shards. Players could choose their shard to play it on it. Player population started to drop, die. They had to come up with ways of keeping those shards healthy, right? And so they began consolidating servers. It was bad for New World because New World had a territory control system, and they had to come up with ways of figuring out how to resolve who owns territory once servers merge, because in that case you could have two clans owning the same territory. How do you resolve that, right? And it was horrible, and it sucked for a lot of people, but they were stuck in this loop of having to do that again and again and again as the player population cratered. So that's a really good example on how it's really difficult to manage player density, because nobody wants to play in a dead environment, right? And but on the flip side, if your game is popular and thriving, then your shards are filling up. They're getting locked. Players' friends can't join them. That's like the opposite problem. Then you got a bunch of pissed off people because my friend of 20 years can't come play the game that I want to play, and I got to start over and blah blah blah. Right? So you have problems on both sides of the player density control Rubik's Cube. And if I were in their shoes, I would definitely be looking at this. Now, eventually, Blizzard moved to a very, very dynamic system for handling this problem, where they just abuse the shit out of layers, right? Now, all WoW servers are layered to the nines, and it's very immersion breaking, very community breaking. Go anywhere, you're going to hear a bunch of people complaining about the system, because the way this works is you log in and your friend logs in, and you're both standing in the center of a city and you don't even see each other, right? You're wandering through the world. It's very rare that you can recognize people's names because you're always in a different mix of people. You don't have that old school nostalgia feeling of back in 2004, whenever you joined Emerald Dream, that was the server I played on, or whatever the server was you played on, and you saw the same names again and again and again, and it started to build that community feeling, right? Like, I know the people I'm playing with, yada, yada, yada. So I wouldn't say that Blizzard's approach to this is the magic bullet. I personally would lean towards CCP's model if I were in their shoes. I think the CCP model is an amazing model. So the way CC approaches it is they have one shard for the entire world. Now, Star Citizen cannot do that because latency is going to affect Star Citizen more than it affects EVE Online. But what I like about EVE is that there's no layers, and that they build community through locality. And this is why I keep harping on the subject of locality. When the last time I was on with Space Tomato, we were talking about locality. I had a conversation with Salty Mike about locality. There is nothing more important in this game than locality. I think it is going to both breed immersion, it's going to breed communities, and unfortunately, it stands in stark contrast with things like fast travel. I think that you need friction that comes with distance in order to help build this, just like EVE Online has, right? And that's the levers I would pull. I don't want to see this game embrace layering. I want to see as large of clusters as we can have. I would love to see a North America cluster, for example. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull that off. We'll see. But I think that I think shard locking gives us a glimpse. I think they are trying to keep us portable, keep us mobile, in order to avoid having to fight the player density monster. Yeah, seeing the same people in EQ is a thing. Yep. Is that even a solvable problem? Because the major variable is not really in the hands of the developers. It's not in the hands of the developers. But I do think it's solvable. Like I said, I think we've seen 2 attempts. Both have solved it. We saw the WoW model of solutions, right? Like they solved it. I don't like the way they solved it. And we saw the EVE Online solution to this. I prefer the EVE Online solution to this. WoW nowadays, so many servers crossed over, you rarely see the same people twice. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Flessa. Would anyone else be happy being able to play on our own individual instances like you can with Elite Dangerous? I want the MMO someday, but I'd be happy with a stable single player. I mean, I don't play single player games very often. I'm an MMO guy, so I'm a little biased on that question. That's what Squadron 42 is for? Yeah, I mean, that's what I'll be playing Squadron 42. What about Ark or Minecraft-like server systems? They require too much work for me, Spartacus. Our community is managing a Doin Awakening. No, sorry, not Doin Awakening. A Conan Exiles server right now, and it is a ton of work. I'm not interested in putting that much work into managing a game server. It kind of loses the magic. You know what I mean? For me, at least. And split the player base, yeah. Carbide. Going well, man. We're, holy shit. I thought we were wrapping up this video. There's still like 40 or 45 minutes left. Let's get back to it.
This, actually. But the way we've architected Star Citizen, even though it's an MMO, we operate it from an ops side of things like a match-made game, right? When you come in and you pick a shard or you shard hop to one of your friends, you're just getting one of the shards that's currently running, right? And
exactly.
The process of bringing your character and unstowing it into the shard and then allowing you to unstow items from your inventory down into the shard and putting it back up there and getting out of there, right? It's kind of our attempt at not applying a classic MMO setup, server setup to Star Citizen, where you would create your character on a server, which then needs to run at all times, that when it's low population, we need to consolidate.
Exactly, that's what I was just saying.
You need to character transfer or character rename.
Yeah,
and
we don't want all that.
Typical kind of MMO grid system, right? It's a company desire to not do that pattern and to instead keep it fluid like it is now. So shard lock is a little bit of a price to pay for the rapid movement between shards. Your character will need to stay in the shard until the hybrid decides that you're properly disconnected, that you've been gone, or that you're coming back or not, and then move you back up. Now, in Forward, we did run into some issues for some players. So there's a subset of players that ended up being shard lock. In this case, it was because of an infrastructure failure, a small knock-on from a change that we made to as part of Imprint. But basically, these characters we track where you are with what we call the stow context. And so for the entities that we care about, because we don't care about every entity, your player entity is definitely one we care about, we track where it is in the game world using your stow context. So are you stowed in the global inventory, and in what inventory are you stowed? Or are you unstowed in a shard, and if so, in which shard? The problem that some characters ran into is that some players are not very patient with the system when they go back to the main menu. And so they would go back to main menu and see, oh, your character's still in the shard, right? Or they would kill the client. Sometimes they do that. Kill the client, come back in, and then, oh, your character's still in the shard. I'm shard locked. Character repair. Well, the character repair in that case is the one that would cause the problem, where now the player would never get stowed because the repair would try to repair your character. Anyway, there's a bug there that made it so that now your character cannot be stowed. And so these players were shard locked. Some others ran into another condition. It was a fairly small subset of players overall that got in that situation, but it took us a while to identify the root cause. That fix been deployed. But I just wanted to mention that shard lock in and of itself isn't a bad thing. It's what enables us to have the flexibility to bring you into another shard kind of transparently, but we need to wait for the process to finish on your current shard before we can move you up, right? Now we've put in place, we are in the process of putting in place active monitoring for players that get unstowed in shard and stay there for a long period of time so that we can attempt self-corrective actions if we run into that condition again, so that this way we don't need to chase the actual source. We can actually get some self-healing in place. But I just wanted to touch on what shard lock is and why it's kind of normal, and that it's better to be a little bit patient with it than to jump to character repair right away.
Yeah, if you think about it, other MMOs, you were always shard locked.
Yeah, I don't
Perpetually.
have anything to add to that. That was
Me neither. Sounds really good. It's not shard lock, unless we have to.
Yeah.
And if you shard lock, just wait for a bit and you'll be good.
Yeah.
so much of what we've talked about today is essentially growing pains of this. At the end of 2024, the leadership of the project had a good, strong look at everything that we were doing and the direction that we'd been going and stuff like that, and said, is this going to get us where we want to go? And it was decided, no, we're not going where we want to go. So we switched things up in January 2025. And, after Rich went on stage and said, this is the road to 1.0, we've been on this road. All of these major content drops, Stormbreaker to ASD to Rockcracker and stuff, these are all locations in the 1.0 story. They have content that you're playing now and everything, but these are all part of this larger roadmap of the major story of 1.0 that will come online with that, and the gameplay that's designed to take you through the 5-star systems and like that. We are actively building this 1.0 out in front of everybody and stuff, and we've made more progress in the last 18 months than we did probably in the 4 years prior to that. I'd see if I get in trouble for saying that, but it's what I believe.
Well, you always want to accelerate, so.
Yeah, well, it's just, and the results have spoken for themselves. There's this thing. There's this thing they don't really talk about in MMOs so much. It's concurrency and daily active users. Concurrency is how many people you have online at any given time, and daily average users is how many individual people come in and interact with your game during the day. Normally these numbers are not revealed publicly. It's just if you go and you search for World of Warcraft DAU and whatnot or whatever, you're not going to find that. You're going to find a bunch of estimates and stuff.
Guesses.
One of the things that we're discussing internally right now is actually exposing that.
I think that's a bad idea.
We spent a lot of time talking about the problems in 4.8 and whatnot, and 4.8 had its share of stuff. Obviously, we don't need it. We literally just sat here and talked about it. But it also had some tremendous...
I think it is a bad idea to expose those numbers. And I know everybody here, myself included, would be super interested in seeing those numbers. But Jared mentioned earlier in this video about people weaponizing anything these people say against them. And that was what will predominantly happen with these numbers. They will be weaponized against them. Because invariably, the DAUs and the concurrency numbers will fall whenever there's a bad patch or there's some feature people don't like and whatever. And whenever they do, it will compound the effect because people will point to those numbers as evidence that this is a bad thing, or that's a bad thing, or that was stupid, or this, what the hell were you thinking, right? And you see this on Steam games especially, because Steam charts, everybody loves to point to the Steam charts as to why I'm not going to play a game because look at the Steam chart. That game's already dead. There's very few cases where knowing these numbers is actually a positive thing for for game diversity and game health, in my opinion. It's almost like the feast or famine thing, right? Like 1% of the games on Steam are super successful because they happen to build this momentum that feeds it into itself. And you see this in the indie games, you see it in the AAA games, and then you have the masses which are starving. And I think that numbers like these being published just perpetuates that issue. Now, it could be that Star Citizen is robust enough to survive the blowback, and I'm sure that's why they are talking about this behind the scenes on like what would be the value of releasing these, what damage could it possibly do. Like I could totally understand like why they're having the conversation. I just want to go on record saying I think it's a bad thing. But I'll be interested. I'll be very interested in the numbers if they actually release them. Agreed, it would be fascinating, but even if it was 100,000 concurrent users, people would find a way to belittle the project. Yeah, of course. They'll point to that 100,000 and they'll be like, yeah, but look at old school RuneScape. 25-year-old game is just beating the shit out of Star Citizen. Why even bother building anything new if everybody wants to play the 25-year-old game? Old school RuneScape had meshing figured out long before Star Citizen. You know, that's how it'll go. As a marathon player, I would point out that would be a huge mistake. It also enables community-driven boycotts, and I don't really know how I think about that. Yeah. My poor density. Gamers can take any news and turn it into a negative. Make too much money, game is robbing you. Make too little money, game is on the verge of death. Exactly.
Successes. The daily average users, for instance, I'm waiting for the numbers. I just sent the request. Thank you, Michael Smith, and whatnot. I just made him an accomplice.
That's it.
All right. If I get in trouble for doing this and whatever. So versus 2024 numbers. Let's just go by month here to show what this problem.
Oh shit! They're gonna tell us.
It's one thing for me to say that it's been the great 18 months and whatever, but if you don't have data to back it up, I'm just bullshitting. I'm just saying words. So here's the data. In January, 2024 versus 2026, saw a 30.1% increase in daily average users. 30.1% between what the number of users who were logging in and playing Star Citizen before and after this last and as part of this last 18 months of stuff. In February, 2024 to 2026, 63.8% increase in daily average users.
Okay, this was okay. Give us percentages.
March.
Don't give us the concrete numbers.
50.2%. April, 59.8%.
Wow.
May's always a big month for us. It was a modest increase of 14%. Because May and November always draws everybody back and whatever. Never had a problem getting people in May and November. And then in June, which is when 4/8 and like this, 55.4% increase over 2024, a 25.1% over 2025, and whatnot. So it's been 25 and 25 over the last 2 Junes and whatever. The game is unequivocally going in the right direction. It's the amount of users we have, the amount of people that are engaged. This isn't new signups. These are people who are actively playing the game. Is increasing every day on average by 50%, which is a growth that Star Citizen has not had at any point like this. And I imagine some aspect of that has to affect all of these issues. Issues that were this big before become this big when all these people go in. But the reason those numbers are improving is because of the work that you're doing and Rich and Rick and Ian and all those guys are doing to make Star Citizen into the thing that it was always supposed to be. And we weren't going in the right direction like this for the last 18 months there, and it's proving out in the numbers and whatever. So it's my heart's. I don't know if you can hear my heartbeat right now. I'm way out over the ledge at this moment. I don't know. If we're going to sit here and we're going to talk about everything that was wrong and whatnot and stuff like this, I don't think it's fair without also saying that these guys out there, yeah, they've got some work to do. There's some bugs to fix. There's some performance optimizations that are needed, but they are killing it. You are killing it. And so the numbers speak for themselves. So thank you, and we'll see if I back next week for another show.
I mean, there are a lot more players, that's for sure.
There are a lot more players. There are so many more players now than there was a year ago. And it's just, I feel like that has to play, that has to say something about how successful we've been, even in spite of all this stuff, even in spite of my very clear frustrations.
Yeah.
Poor Seb and Lauren and whatnot. They got a message from me about an hour and a half before a show and says,
It's crazy that you can have an alpha game with this many issues growing 25 to 50% year over year, year over 2 years. Meanwhile, you have all these finished MMOs that are just cratering. And I think it's the dream. It's it's what Star Citizen aims to build. It's they're taking a risk. They're the only ones taking a risk. Everyone else is playing it safe.
strike the set. We're doing something different. We're not doing the show. It's like, and they're just like, what? So thank you for allowing me. That said, before we go,
almost project.
I have a letter. I want to read, and then we're going to get into a thing. This is from the lead producer on Star Citizen. So this is the producers are at all levels. You know, you've seen directors. You don't see a lot of producers. You don't see a lot of producers on the shows and whatnot. Usually because they're too busy running around making sure everybody else is doing their work and like, I don't got time for you. We tried to get Phil here today for this and like this, and again, too busy going through and making sure everything. But he had a
say about me.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm also really busy.
You're almost never here, Jens. You're clearly very busy. Honestly, it's been a while that doesn't seem to have anything going on.
That's why he's up in the middle of the night.
I know. So I'm gonna read this letter from Phil, and we're gonna go into our last section here. Okay. So after the release of 4.8.0, we reassessed our.
I just realized all these guys are running Max. What the hell?
Bug prioritization process. We're into the
I love
bug
my
phase
Mac.
of the show here. Instead of having
I wonder if it builds on Mac.
determined by the development team and validated by QA, we handed over the selection, some elements of the selection and prioritization in certain categories of bugs to the player experience team. The player experience team is internally always pushing and advocating for issues that players are most impacted by. So this should, in theory, address a perceived disconnect between us as developers fixing a lot of issues and players feeling like little has improved. Now, that's not to say that the priorities in the past were detached from what players reported on Issue Council, Spectrum, or Reddit, but clearly, things weren't working as well as they could have been. With 4.9, we will work through a newly refined list of issues affecting instance hangars, freight elevators, quantum travel, star map, inventory, docking,
star map,
exploits, login flow, and issues that falsely destroy your ships and more. On top of that, we're tracking a longer list of quality of life issues with new players report regularly. Many veterans know a lot of convoluted workarounds to some of these issues, but really, they shouldn't have to deal with those to begin with. And because we want to ensure Star Citizen is as new player friendly as it can be, we're tackling a wider range of common problems that impact this first hour or so of any session. So in addition to the things we're going to go on, there's a new effort about things that specifically affect the very first hour. There are about 80 issues remaining on our priority list, And while we will tackle a lot of them for 4.9, we want to avoid just playing whack-a-mole with some of those bugs. Fixing a lot of bugs is not the same thing as fixing the root causes behind the symptoms that appear as bugs. For instance, freight elevators have seen around 70 or 80 bug fixes this summer. But due to the reactive nature of that endeavor, players don't feel like it's nearly as stable or reliable as it should be. Now, freight elevators that have a lot of interactions with other systems will need to be made reliable, but they're a core gameplay mechanic and must be stable at all times. I misread that sentence, but I'm going to keep going. On the flip side, we had a similar situation with Transit in 2024 and early 2025 where we fixed a lot of bugs that didn't seem to make a difference.
before my time, Connor.
We then invested that time into building better debugging tools and self-repair flows, this is self-healing I mentioned before, and yielded a much more stable system, even though on paper, way fewer bugs were actually fixed. We want to repeat this methodical approach with other systems like freight elevators, hangars, and more. For that reason, we don't expect everything to be magically solved for 4.9.0. Now, freight elevators will have a lot of interactions with other systems will need to be made reliable, but they're a core gameplay mechanic and must be stable at all times. I misread that sentence, but I'm going to keep going. On the flip side, we had a similar situation with Transit in 2024 and early 2025 where we fixed a lot of bugs that didn't seem to make a difference. We then invested that time into building better debugging tools and self-repair flows, this is self-healing I mentioned before, and yielded a much more stable system, even though on paper, way fewer bugs were actually fixed. We want to repeat this methodical approach with other systems like freight elevators, hangars, and more.
Mac, I'm not on a Mac right now.
We don't expect everything to be magically solved for 4.9.0.
This is my Windows workstation.
We did. We will continue this initiative beyond that into 4.10 and beyond, but we're more confident that in this new the same approach that we use for
Mac's over here beside
to
me.
bring these systems in line with the scale and complexity requirements that Star Citizen has.
It's running all my client tests for my app right now.
What we're about to see, or what we're about to talk about, there's nothing to put on the thing, is what people are working on today. Do you have your dashboard up?
I do.
You want to hold your dashboard up for just hold it up for this camera right here. Stay on this camera. No, stay on this camera. There you go. Can you hold that? Hold your computer. No, that camera right there. It's closer.
A bit.
Can you see it?
Forward.
You see it? Oh, that doesn't really look like anything. It's exposed wrong. Okay, switch to that one. Switch to Benoit now. Look, Benoit's closer camera. Benoit's camera.
Oh,
Benoit's camera. No, it's still overexposed.
Oh,
right.
well.
Anyway, this is a dashboard of what people are working on today. So these particular bugs were prioritized in line with the player experience team.
I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to operating systems and stuff. I have 2 Windows machines in my office and 3 Macs. But I spent far more on the Windows machines than I did the Macs.
This is a new
Especially the one. My workstation was like a small car.
initiative inside the basically, as Philip said, not just what issue council says and what dev thinks, but we're actually adding a third kind of pillar in here, and that's, hey, the player experience team, like the community team, they're both involved in this. It's you are the ones who are seeing what they're anecdotally saying on Spectrum, on Reddit, on Twitch, on YouTube and stuff. Come in with that.
Well, one of the Macs cost me nothing. It was given to me by the company I'm consulting for right now.
Information, and so we can apply the issue council stuff with the developer stuff, with the anecdotal stuff, and find a new way to prioritize which bugs get fixed. So we're going to try this. We're going to see how it works.
So really, I'm 2 and 2 on what I own.
Do more than just say, hey, we're going to do it in a way. We're going to tell you. We're going to go through and tell you what people are actively working on today, and then you can tell us whether we're on the right track. Benoit, what do you got?
That's funny. Hot take, the timeline where Warcraft 4 gets made instead of WoW is a better timeline. No. I love MMOs, man. And I got a lot of enjoyment out of World of Warcraft, even though the state of that MMO is horrible right now, like the retail version. I still putz around in Classic, but the retail version sucks. I am very interested to see what they do with Classic Plus. Has anybody heard the rumors on what are they calling it? Camelot is the name, or like the project name of that project. I gathered yesterday on some YouTube videos. I'm very interested. It sounds like they're moving more in the OSRS direction, which I think would be brilliant for them.
Well, so yeah, I thought we would take a look at a couple of those. So I've got all the categories that you listed, and
Yeah, give me the category first so I can prime my
right,
mind
prime
into the right
your mind
area.
to the right set. Okay, good. So hangers. We'll start with hangers.
Oh, that's a tough start. Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
So now I'm gonna sort of pick the ones that I think are interesting in the list, right? In each segment. So we're gonna take a look at this. So
These aren't in any particular order. This is just
no.
This is just some
they're
of what people
they're
are
being
working
worked
on
on
today
yeah,
right now.
exactly.
Where's your mind go, Sasori?
PU multi-locations. Instance hangers, exterior hanger doors remain closed while interior hanger door opens. So that's when your hanger, interior doors open.
How about whenever you're landing at a hangar, you were assigned a hangar, you're coming in for a landing, but within like 30 seconds to the doors opening, they begin to close again. How about that one? That has destroyed me I don't know how many times.
But the gateway outside is still locked out.
Yeah, so they belong to two different parts, right? You have the exterior and you have the interior. The interior is yours. You can control that in your instance. The exterior needs to be synchronized with your interior door. So what most likely happens there is, for some reason, your interior thinks you've been given the right to this gateway, or
I'm glad I'm
you
not
could
the
have
only
been
one
given the right to a
project.
different gateway. And there's an exterior door opening somewhere to a nothing,
Yeah.
and your door is opening to a closed door.
Right.
So there's a few
Oh,
things
what's up,
that
Nada?
can happen there, and normally it's that sort of handshake between the exterior and the interior
Which
via the notorious ATC.
notorious ATC.
I see Jocksfin in chat says that's a rare issue to happen, but W if you fix it. It's rare for Jocksfin.
You just want from those what could have been? Oh, dude, I hear you there.
For every single player in the game, and while you've been lucky enough that it's rare for you, it is not for many others.
But this one goes
I'm
with
with
his
you,
little
Gnome.
brother.
I can understand the
overlapping
timeout. Like
hangers.
eventually it has to close if
Player
you never
position
land,
when
but
landing in hangar ATC given, but seen as
Dude, 30
trespassing
seconds
in
is a little
someone
rough.
else's hangar results
I
in
mean,
being
give us-
repositioned.
like
Which
I
I
have
think
trouble
is,
finding it
similar.
sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
But even when I
because
find it
you're looking
quickly,
at a
like it
situation
can be,
where you think
it can start shutting way too
you
soon.
think your interior has been given a certain gateway, you're heading there,
Yeah.
but it's actually someone else's
Yeah.
casa. So you're like
Yeah. Not good.
correctly trespassing, but obviously incorrectly been told
The trespassing
that was
system,
yours.
rock solid. In this case. All right.
The trespassing system, it's like Johnny on the spot. Hey,
Okay,
you're
we
on
can
the
agree with
wrong
that,
hanger,
Spartacus.
dude. But you're not supposed to be on the wrong hanger.
Yeah.
No.
And then the
But only if ES6 is on a new engine, for God's sakes. Holy shit. They need to retire that engine. Talking about an engine that doesn't scale. Dude, they have beat the shit out of that engine. Oh, fuck it. That space game they did was so bad. Like, playing that made me not even look forward to ES6.
third trifecta in this segment, which
I would have enjoyed ESO if it was not for the combat. They royally screwed up the combat in that game, in my opinion. With the light attack weaving, it was so bad.
if you put them all together, is a players can get stuck at repositioning.
The best thing ESO ever did, in my opinion, was that card game they added eventually. That was kind of fun.
Player indefinitely after getting
And I would love, sorry for all the pauses, but I would love to see more of that in MMOs. I've been saying for a long time, I want little games we can play while we're traveling the stars and Star Citizen. You know, I want everybody to be hanging out in the kitchen playing some poker or something, or some billiards. You know, like I would love to see more of that. That was one of the things I was excited for in Ashes of Creation. If you go all the way back to when they did the Kickstarter, one of the goals that was met during that Kickstarter was tavern games. They were going to have people hanging out in taverns, playing board games and dice games together and stuff. Like, I love that kind of stuff. I think it's I think MMOs under they shoot too low on the simple social things going on. Just look at World of Warcraft. I don't know about your raids, but in our raids, people get all jazzed up about like the gambling mods. You know what I mean? Just slash rolling in chat while you're down some bosses. Just little shit like that builds so much like camaraderie. You know? I don't know. Felt like something completely different in combat. Yeah. Michael Gammon doing narration of ESO. I never heard that. I don't know if Todd is just cheap or what. It's wild to me how old the engine is yet, and they still keep. I know, right, Zelfie? Dude. So bad. People ask me about Starfield. My response was, if they had planet space transition gameplay or any other open worldness, they would have demonstrated it. Yeah, I know. Leroy Jenkins' peak internet age, though. Leroy Jenkins was awesome. I was very sad whenever I learned it was staged, but I just refused to acknowledge it.
Impounded, sorry. And so if you get impounded, there's a chance that the server will never complete the repositioning that's supposed to take you out of your hangar. Most likely in this case, one of our charter elements, which is that there's an asynchronous call, waiting for a callback that never happens. There should be a timeout so that it can be retried and complete.
It was staged pretty well.
But it can also be validation. For some reason, someone has not given us the reposition position that were created are no longer in a valid position. Because I think one of the rules is you will not be repositioned until we know there's floor underneath you.
Right.
So until there's floor,
and that's a learning, because I'm sure that we repositioned before without checking that.
yes,
that led to some interesting ones.
Yes,
Corrosion.
Completely agree,
I entered
Kennedy.
my hangar last night, and the entire hangar despawned, and someone else came into the same hangar and I was EVA in space on the internal geometry of the station.
Sweet. That is definitely related to this.
Yep.
it sounds like his positioning position wasn't amazing in that case.
Yeah.
Also does disprove my floor,
Sure.
because he clearly did not have floor.
Right.
It's cool to hear these high up devs hearing some of these user stories. That's funny.
Okay.
This auto refreshes. Interesting. Okay. Maybe there's been progress.
Okay.
So next one is the one, my personal hangar pet peeve is retrieving vehicle while another occupies the hangar platform will cause the retrieved vehicle to instantly spawn and clip through the vehicle occupying the platform.
Okay. So F's in chat if that's ever happened to you. You can keep doing what you're doing.
Okay. And so this is basically typically
That's what I thought. Thank you, chat.
this typically
It's never happened to anyone. Interesting. That's good to know.
so typically this
Can't see
happens when you use the ASOP terminal.
Remember when Starfield was going to kill SC or somehow actually make for a real competition? There was some wild ass takes back then. Dude, I remember that very clearly, Zelfie. I remember the YouTube videos who were like neon lights, like Star Citizen's done. It's done for. Here comes Starfield. It's all we're gonna need. I'm like, what are you smoking? Like, I thought that before I even saw the game. And then whenever I can't believe I purchased the game because it was so damn boring. I fell asleep playing it on the first night I had it. I woke up in my chair and I was in the game too long to get a refund because believe me, I tried for a refund, but I was logged in too long to get one. RIP. Yeah, they didn't age well.
Outside of your hangar, and for some reason your hangar was stowed with a ship on the pad, which normally shouldn't happen, but in this case happens. And so there's a lot of missing checks here where basically we don't check if there's a vehicle there, and so it gets spawned into a direct intersection, which is also very bad for the server because it cannot resolve that. And so one of those two ships is either gonna go. The dreaded pink destruction, if you remember that.
Well, there's still got F's in chat, so I'm going to say that was that's been correctly identified as a high priority.
Yeah.
All right. What else you got? Again, in case you've nodded off after 2 hours here, we're going through the bugs that are actively being worked on today. Not today, ethereally, like on June 18th right now. There are literally people on these things right now.
Player loses access to persistent hangar at primary residence. Is a classic one. My character is actually in this state right now.
Where is your hangar? Have you found it?
Area 18.
But is it actually still there?
Yes.
Or is it gone?
No, the hangar is actually there, but I never spawn in it in my case. But I think that in the case of these, for most players I've discussed with, the hangar is actually either stowed in another inventory somewhere else for some reason. So that's the hunch so far. We'll see what the team actually comes up with, but that's one that we definitely want to solve. Now I've got more on the hanger side, but I figure in the interest of time, I would keep going with the other categories. We've got login flow related issues. So we talked a bit about shard lock. That's one of them. So basically being a bit more communicative about shard lock and no longer having shard lock at all.
I'm definitely nodding. Yeah, this is my first.
Stay in the
I
shard.
can't imagine watching this 3 times.
64,008 spawn resolution error. And his little brother, 64,006 disconnection.
I had that issue where
Again, resolve player
I would
location.
not spawn in my hangar. I would spawn at the
I
beds.
can speak to this one a little bit. This
have
is
to walk,
typically
but it was
a
cleared up after a
symptom,
patch.
So if we fix this issue specifically, where the display will change. But what actually happens is that when you connect to a game shard, the replication layer, so the hybrid that's in front of it, is going to coordinate bringing your character into the game world. But he doesn't know to start which of the 10 servers he's running your character should be on. And so
Sorry,
he needs
guys. I would have done
one
it
of those
live,
servers to help
but
resolve your location.
I was AFK
so that we
earlier
can
today.
unstow you in the right area in the tree and then hand off authority to the server
But I
that's managing
appreciate
this,
you
this region.
suffering through it a
The
third
way that
time.
it's done is that
with me.
the replication layer will hand this work off to any of the game servers on the shard. Now, when we have Idrises blowing up servers left and right, there's a very high chance that the server this will be handed off to is dead or is in the process of dying and is rebooting. And so what happens in this case is that the player will get to the end of the context establisher task, the CETs, and he will get a 64,008 or 12 error. And so we need to make this a bit more robust on that side so that either we know which servers are alive completely, and so that if a server is doing a server reboot, we don't assign him a resolution task. That would be one thing. But also trying to streamline that, right, so that it's a bit more efficient.
Yes. If a server is dead, we shouldn't assign people to it.
Small one I wanted to touch on here was friends list showing 0 out of 1, right, instead of the player counts per shard. So we're rejigging this bit. It's going to come back. This is a temporary thing.
Is that a priority fix though? I mean, what is that?
In the login flow section, it is.
All right. Well,
It's been reported.
Sure, but it's part of this initiative.
Yes.
Part of this initiative is to make sure that people are on the most
Correct.
important stuff like this. Give me one for. Tell me that somebody's working on docking.
Correct. Let's talk about docking. The very first one,
Okay.
unable to dock using docking collars.
That is problematic, isn't it?
Correct.
Could argue that.
Yeah. We looked at this morning and it was actually resolved when we were talking. It is now reopened. So we're going to have to dive into that. But basically docking is a subject that's always coming back.
Yeah.
And this patch has been also contributing to the overpopulation of ships because players would just, basically land on pads and leave the ships there, or, where there's no impound. And so that's a big
It's a good
issue.
example
So
of how systems
first
can
one is
influence player
unable to
behavior.
dock using docking collars.
So I can quickly just go on.
Docking has
So
been
when
a
you
problem
say
ever
it's
since I
resolved
joined
and
this game.
reopened, so what happens there is the developers do the best of their abilities, found the issue, they've fixed the issue, they've tested the issue locally, then gone.
But for anybody who wonders about the polish phase, I hear people talking about all the time about the amount of time that Squadron 42 has spent in its polish phase. I mean, dude, here's why. The amount of just little issues, and this kind of goes back to what they were saying about, planning for failure. All the different ways things can go wrong, and needing ways for the systems to self-heal itself and all this stuff. And there's so much between like feature complete, like, hey, this feature's working, and hey, this feature works all the time without fail, no matter what, it's bulletproof. Like the distance between those two states is vast. And whenever you're working on like 10,000 features, like, yeah, the time adds up.
It's solid.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to cause the error, I put a fix in, my fix has been validated, I've now resolved the issue. But obviously, in this case, what sounds like the feature is not working at all, clearly there is a situation that either they didn't predict or that doesn't happen on a local machine. Again, we talked about you know, you don't
It
have the
works on my
synchronous
machine,
code.
but
Yeah.
the second it got up
Yeah, it
to
worked on my
the
machine.
network validation, it fell down.
That said, though, I will say that we have a very, very impressive setup for locally running what is a replica of what we play in live, which is amazing. It's an amazing system.
Oh, there's an entire pseudo live environment right here in the office. It's
Yeah, we
really
call it
cool.
the CIG dev kits.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, it's really cool.
Give me.
But yeah, unfortunately, in this case, clearly,
Is there one or two more for docking?
Yeah.
I wonder if
After
their
manually
performance is
docking a
better than
vehicle,
ours.
There is a chance for the docking bridge to lose collision, causing the actor to start to
How do we join the CIG dev
Most
kit
likely
chart?
close to another issue we've seen on the command module about
That'd be fun.
managing physics skip lists, which is how we, elements we want to skip from collision in certain cases from a given perspective. Yeah, probably related.
Is this
The
when
AI
you're trying to
stupidity
dock
bubble?
and it ends up just eating you out into space?
That's fun.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Okay,
So someone's
you,
working.
you don't want the docking collar to collide with your ship and cause lots of problems there, right? So there's a period in time when the two are trying to get together, and
it's just people just need to get good and
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah, good.
they have to dock perfectly.
Cargo services will not respond to hails, making players unable to request cargo loading zone related to ATC and docking in this case. That's another one we're looking at.
Freight elevators?
Freight elevators, let's skip to that. So hauling missions.
I can see
have
why you guys
no
are nodding
cargo
off
to
right
pick
now.
up at
This
the
is my
correct
first time
location.
watching it.
So this
and
is basically
going
when you
step
get
by
to
step
your-
through a bug
Your
list
mission
is like,
location,
really?
and, it's like, hey, pick up this Adenite from this location, and you get there and there's nothing to pick up. So,
There's somebody on that right now.
yes.
Again, everything we're talking about in this section
Yes.
has somebody actively assigned to it working on it right now.
Yeah, that's a bridge between mission and freight elevator, which is interesting. Which is requires specific people, in this case. Freight elevator is not working and displaying an overload error, preventing cargo pickup. Do you want to speak about this one? Because I think we talked about this to death.
Well, I think we talked about the overload error is one of those that's a little bit too generic, that can imply many different things. Similar to the ATC or the ASOP saying your ship is unknown.
Right.
It becomes a bit of a catch-all, and
People pull up and it's like they pull up and it looks like it's like a small box or whatever,
Yeah.
but they're getting an overload error.
Yeah.
The system thinks the small box is a much bigger box, kind of thing.
And like Philip said in the letter you so eloquently read out, obviously we fixed tons and tons of bugs on freight elevators as part of a long-going initiative.
Yeah.
And we probably fixed lots of overload issues as part of that. But because overload is a catch-all, it will,
Yeah.
unless you get more granularity.
This
you
will
know
be
what-
affected by people throwing the water bottles down.
yeah.
I was going to say, because that was that
something to
thing.
think
That
about.
was that thing a year ago when people would put the bottle on top and just kill the entire.
Yeah. Well, it's a variation of that, really, because the freight elevator looks at the volume, right, and will make sure that it's got stuff that you own in it and that there's no overload on it. So that's one of the things.
Yeah, it does have good cleanup to
Yeah.
the point where it was cleaning up
Well,
layers recently.
See, that's an example where like there's another bug further down, which is you have a chance to lose your cargo by activating the freight elevator kiosk, which is basically a malfunction of that cleanup to prevent the overload. So that needs to be solved.
That I like you just casually mentioned the freight elevator eating cargo.
That's the word.
I might have actually
that's-
passed out
Well, for
during
me,
this
that would be
section
the
and ejected it from
I mean,
memory.
Because that goes against.
I mean, I
can
don't
understand
need to
why,
pick
Zelfie.
Wickelow's PR agent here, but the reason there's
I am
the reason
interested. Like,
there's-
I'm listening to this stuff,
and,
but like I don't have a whole
the
lot
reason for a
to.
lot of the bad sentiment about Wickelow is because the freight elevator is eating the cargo.
Yes.
And it's easy to say, well, this is a Wickelow problem. It's not a Wickelow problem at all.
I'm gonna
Wickelow's a disembodied head.
Slice this video up and publish a proper YouTube video.
He's going like, yeah, I'll have some of that.
But I'm probably just gonna do the highlights.
It's this freight elevator.
I'm not going
issue.
to publish
Is-
all. I
this
don't
is-
even know
this
how long
is-
we've been at this.
Or maybe Wicklow runs a 000 graveyard and we didn't know about it.
Well,
Yeah, we're at like 3.5
Wickelow's
hours
secretly
right
my
now.
boss, and he's the one that's
I'm not going to do a
threatening to fire me
3.5 hour video. I'm just going to cut out the highlights.
That is exceptionally frustrating.
Yes,
That
this violates the first
particular-
principle in the charter we're putting in place, which is player items are sacred.
But that's also what
And I'll
highlights that in
probably
the same
skip this section.
inventory, this is fragility in the
But I appreciate y'all being here for it.
transition between the physical world and the virtual kind of UI world that a lot of the sort of inventory lives in. If sort of backend, a visualization of the backend, it's a virtual item in a way, and the physical item.
I don't want to spend. We're over our allotted time and stuff, and you literally have an airplane to catch to go back, but it's. I'm sorry. The freight elevator disappearing cargo thing is my major major thing. And again, when I do my simpleton's hat on it, it seems like it would just be. It's like, okay, like you got an order of operations. You've got to delete. Shouldn't the delete just be the absolute last? Shouldn't you just complete every other action that you're supposed to do? Your mission checking, blah blah, blah, and then delete is at the end. It sounds like delete's just happening too early.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it's a function of the cleanup. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be the cleanup, right? And it's something added to prevent another issue now causing an issue that's worse than what we were trying to prevent in the first place.
That's the way it goes, though.
Okay.
Right?
Again, what Philip said in his letter, this is one of the places where we want to.
I find that funny because
right. So you might mean
I've been in that situation
seeing like
many
bing,
times.
Bing, 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 lots of
Like, oh, we're gonna do this to fix the thing, and oh my gosh, I just really made a mess.
Actually, at the very bottom of this, where is it?
So it looks like it's an issue with Wicklow, but it's actually an issue with the freight elevator. That's actually an issue with the cleanup system.
Yeah, exactly. So can we make the cleanup system?
So the cleanup
Sweet
system
dreams,
is giving
Kennedy.
the freight elevator a bad rep, and the freight elevator is giving Wicklow a bad rep, and the issue is okay.
Yeah. Or maybe we can find a way that we don't need the cleanup at all.
Yeah.
All right.
Just one last one on freight elevators before moving out is freight elevators being inoperable, going inoperable completely, which is still a thing. Which
Still a
we have
thing.
multiple fixes for, but that's one that we definitely need to close out.
I remember that was bad, and like,
Should
what
I
was
jump
it?
into QT and
4.6?
Star
I
Map?
was gonna say let's do QT and Star Map.
So quantum travel route resets after setting route. That's
Oh, dude, I hate that one.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
I hate that one so bad.
so.
That's my
it's like-
top pick.
It's not exactly. I was about to say it's not game breaking. It is game breaking because you can't get to where you're going. That's pretty darn game breaking. But it ends up working after a second or a third or a fourth attempt and whatever. That's which is what I mean by the thought was it's not game breaking. But it's just one of those things. It just makes things look so bad. It's like
It's
it
so
needs to be
annoying.
flawless.
just be.
Because that's again a traversal system, right? The star map.
That was the thing I crashed out over when they were talking about teleport to party leader. I'm like, please fix all the things that make getting places annoying before you even think about any form of faster travel, right? And that was top of the list for me. Like, oh my gosh, dude. Because it's not just that you have to plot the course that many times. It's that the star map is already so fiddly to work with. Like searching and clicking on the thing and clicking on the route button and like having to just fiddle with it that many times to get it to stick. It's like you got to back all the way out just to realize it didn't stick. Like the things aren't showing up and you're like, oh my gosh, I got to go back in. Like, oh, dude.
Becomes like the routing system. So,
Yeah. And I think again from gameplay point of view, I don't want to sound super apologetic or anything, but that routing is one of those that it's written for a few technology iterations ago now. So
Remember when they refactored the star map and we were like, oh, and then it sucked just as bad?
It undermines.
Really hard, I think.
Yeah,
Yes.
Unfortunate.
Seemingly simple things like that, small things, not simple. Small things like that just really erode confidence in anything. Like if I can't even plot where I want to go.
Yeah, I think they just did a facelift,
and you
Zelfie.
can't get me there. It's like, it's just so.
Also, the first one is it resets. Next is doesn't plot around obstacles.
Yep, hate that.
And next is while in station, destination on opposite side won't set route.
Yep, hate that.
Those are the main ones. I think there's more.
So say it all
being worked
piles
on,
up.
But those are the main
The
ones.
star
I wanted
map
to
is
call out.
so bad. Still.
On QT, tunnel exit can be in the same system as entrance, where you basically go through the quantum jump successfully, Right? You're piloting it
And you're
right,
right back to where you
doing all the
started.
things right. You get to the end, and then you're back in stand-up.
Yes.
Obviously, that's not great.
I haven't
So we're
encountered that
looking
one a
into
lot,
at
but
the
when I
moment.
did, I encountered it a lot back to back. It was so
hasn't-
frustrating.
Forgive me for being blunt. Hasn't some version of that bug existed since we added jump points in 4.0?
Yes. Different source cause though, I believe.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you fix that cause, and then you fix 7-Up, and then Pepsi shows up, and you fix Pepsi, and then
Yeah.
So it's,
Well, that's why coupled with this effort of prioritizing these issues, there's also the robustness evaluation we're doing across the board, right? Because it's not just about getting the bugs fixed and then they break again. It's about trying to change the culture behind how we fix them, and then sort of what we check in the periphery of the fix, right? So make sure it's root cause analysis and that it's not just a patch on top of another one, right? So that's Quantum in general. I got more if you want to keep going.
Star Map. Oh, well, I
Please
guess
don't.
that was Star Map.
That was Star Map and Quantum.
We haven't said one word about exploits.
We haven't said one.
Okay, well we did. Technically, the part where you could buy the weapon or whatever item it was, and then you could break it down, and then you could sell the broken down materials for 4 times what it.
But that's worse than an exploit. That's legal and legit in this case because we put those prices in, right? So it's not an exploit in this case. But we are tracking several potential exploits that that range. We're not going to go into details into exploits because that's kind of an area that we don't want too public about.
Yeah.
You don't want people to be using those exploits if they are confirmed or.
Yeah.
But
we benefit.
Nice selfie.
From those people not knowing we know what we know. It
Yes.
lets us track. It lets us learn more about it. It lets us find not just that cause of it, but that cause of it and that cause of it. When it's very easy. It's very easy to be frustrated when you see an exploit go and continue. It's like, why the hell isn't CIG doing something about it? It's like, well, no, we are. We're baiting the hook. It's like if we smack this cause of it now, then we never get to see this one, and we never get to see this one. So there are reasons why we leave these things going for perhaps longer than some people would prefer, because it's how we find out how it's happening. It's how we find out who is doing it, and it's like this. So it's just, that's one of those ones where I could see why it's frustrating, but it's actually the process working.
Yeah. So we're tracking exploits across different range of types of exploits, whether they're environment exploits or related to the economy exploits or duping or adjacent duping or mission bypass, things like that. So we're tracing a bunch of those, and we're tracking. We have a great team doing this work, by the way, like that support the developers across with all our crazy questions about what, who, and when, and how. And so these guys are doing great.
That's gotta be so
supporting us.
annoying.
We did not talk about inventory. We kind of skimmed over it.
I don't know, we could do a whole hour on inventory. Go right ahead.
Yeah, but so items that are being worked on today, like you mentioned,
Please,
so
no.
inventory becomes unavailable and contents of backpack station loot inventory is empty. So
I've
this
ran into
player
that.
Reporting. I've lost everything. Well,
I think you guys saw me run into that on stream one day.
You haven't lost everything. It's really the inventory is not loading it for some reason, and it will come back.
It did come back eventually.
Modifications we've done recently are going to help on that front. When double-clicking an armor item in the inventory, and the adjacent armor item is also equipped, that's a regression in 4.8.
Never saw that.
So that's a bit of an issue because click a core armor and installs the helmet that's above. I know the team's working on that.
Maybe I did run into that.
The
other day I
slot
equipped
in the
something and I
player
had like,
will be
I'm like,
missing
wait,
after being sent
how did
to
I get that
Fletcher.
helmet on?
I
Like I
think
swapped
that's
my
by
helmet.
design. No, I'm joking. But yeah, that's an issue. So if you go to
You
prison,
say criminals don't deserve undersuits.
there's no undersuits for criminals.
I just assumed it was input
No,
latency.
I'm joking. So we got to fix that. What else are we looking at
Or
here?
interaction
When opening
delay.
the inventory and the player has a lot of items, it can be delayed opening it with no items available or missing icons. So icon rendering in the inventory has had a lot of work in 4.8 to speed up the rendering. We're still not where we want to be. Like, we've optimized the way the UI is actually rendering them, the way the actual panes is constructed. But now we need to really look at the RTT graphics side.
What
of
was
this
the
to make that
workaround, just in
super
case I hit it,
snappy. The
Zelf?
goal is really you press I, it's all there. There's no delay at all. And so we're not there yet, but we do want to get there. Now this is even more pronounced on very large inventories at the moment. So
Yeah, and if the delay for whatever reason is because we haven't yet been able to populate your snapshot of your inventory, there should be an indicator.
yeah,
I think they just got lost in transits. I know the guys were talking about that.
yeah.
Spinning icons.
Spinny icons, yeah, because the state needs to be displayed as well. That's the key.
Ideally never happen. Of course.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the icons have been kind of questionable for years, but you're talking about the recent.
Yes.
The recent. It's a different problem with the icons than the issues we've had with the icons before.
Correct.
It's not about the look, it's about the timings and getting them on screen.
On
like
screen
you,
and timing.
like Benoit wants them right
Like
away.
that.
Like that.
There's one more that I want to call it on inventory, which is like there is a the way it's written is item lost when equipped by mouse click, which is a bit crazy, but there's a case where items don't end up where you think they end up, and so people think they're lost. We don't have evidence that they're lost yet, but they don't go where you're supposed to go. Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure that is actually the definition of lost.
Well, lost in.
I expect it to be in this place, but it's actually in some place
But
else.
no, normally it can be found again by doing it again, because it goes where it goes is the same. So your next item will go to the same place, which will then replace that item and either send it back or put it into your hands when you realize this. This is again about the going from the sort of virtual item to the physical item. We put it on you, but like hidden, and then you play out the performance of putting it into your hand from that state, rather than just popping it into your hand.
Oh,
Yeah.
you ruined the magic of it.
Scenario.
When you have multiple async systems, they have to go through lots of steps.
I didn't go through most of the first hour hardening that we're doing as well, but there's a lot of issues that are being tracked from the first hour of gameplay. Like basically, you're a new player, you come in, what's your first hour of gameplay? So this goes from ship combat behaviors, rubber banding. We talked about server performance here. That definitely is related.
I'm interested in the technical stuff, Connor, but
back on
like,
the power.
this is kind of a bit
selected
much.
starter ships doesn't also turn on the radar.
I'd rather see this than just a list.
These are a bit more less critical, but critical to the first hour of gameplay. Right?
The whole
then it gives you a
episode,
bit of an
I
idea.
loved it up until we got to this one bug at a time part.
Right.
I'd rather just see a list of these
Somebody in the
things,
chat,
and I could just skim.
somebody in the chat, when we were talking about exploits,
What?
it's like it would be easier if you told us what an exploit is and isn't, whatever. And I've been thinking about that. It happened like 5 minutes ago, and whatnot. It's sticking in my head because it's like we can't give a list of exploits because that just draws a bunch of people to those exploits and makes the problem worse. Like that's just not something any online game does. And there's a long established history, predates CIG, why you can't do that. And I'm like, and then sometimes I'm known for being a little snarky.
Really?
No.
And so my brain was like, it's like if you get that little excited feeling in your stomach, like you're getting away with something that somebody would be upset with if they found out about it, that's probably a good indicator that it's an exploit. And if you don't have that, then I'm like, it's like my brother never had that, so I'm like, that's what I wanted to say. I'm like, no, my little brother never possessed that, so I'm like, well, that's not going to work either. So I don't know, guys. I don't know an effective way of explaining what is an exploit and what isn't an exploit. It's just try to utilize whatever judgment you have. If you don't know, ask a friend. Maybe it's like I said. I was all ready with that snarky answer, and then I remembered My own brother would never. Maybe is my brother a bad person? I don't think so.
Maybe.
Um,
he is.
Anyway,
Yeah, right.
I'm way off the
Morally
reservation.
compromised.
So yeah, everybody, that's our show. I hope. I think about how I want to say this. We threw the old show away. We did a little bit of it here at the end. We did what you just saw was a little bit of what we had in the old show, and whatnot. So I apologize. I hope you don't mind us taking the opportunity to have this conversation with you. Again, this is part of our scheduled stuff. You were here. You're literally. It's not no coincidence that you're over here and right now to do this. It's part of our scheduled stuff that we set out to do back at the beginning of 2025 and stuff. I really appreciate that we get to do this. I really appreciate that you guys take the time to do this. I appreciate that you all will sit through and listen to this. And I mean, I already said everything I need to say before. For those of you who choose not to weaponize it and choose to recognize that we are human beings who will make mistakes, but are on the whole are doing work that I'm incredibly proud of.
Very fair.
I appreciate you. That's it for our show. I think we're back. I have no idea if we're back next week or whatnot, but
And the team.
after that,
Whole team.
I will say all of this talk right now is meaningless without action. It is. We've been on this cadence. If you follow the cadence of patches this year, you should know that 4.9 is scheduled for the middle of July. It was the end of January and the end of March, and then in May we switched to the middle. The next one is June. It follows the same cadence as last year. We just had ones in the middle. So the cadence has been in place for 18 months now. The next patch is scheduled for the middle of July. I don't have specific answers for you yet, but I know there are conversations going on about whether that should happen or not. Whether 4.9 goes ahead as planned, but we remove content from it, whether we keep the content in and we push that release back further to give it more time to address. The only thing I can confidently comment on right now is that the people in this room and the other big decision makers that are having this conversation right now do not want a repeat of what just happened. So we're going to, through one method or another, whether it's removing content from 4.9 that we don't think is ready, or whether it's pushing 4.9 back until the content is, I don't know which direction we're going to take, but none of what we've talked about today is worth anything without meaningful action. So stay tuned to find out which direction that goes. Check in with your roadmap roundup, and I'm sure there'll be an announcement from the community team or whatever about which path we go. But that's it. That's our show.
I don't even remember what content's scheduled
Jared.
for 4.9.
That was Benoit.
Aside from instancing and
That was Jens.
the instance version of
I think your mom was in chat, but Jens. There was at least one person here who was like totally
Orson
in love with
Red.
you and was like, they should be on the show every week and whatnot. So
I agree. He should be on the show every
So hi Jens.
I agree. I liked him.
Assuming.
He's cool.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time, everybody.
Thank you.
Wow. That was a dredge at the end, but man, most of the show was great. I love the beginning there. I think, I mean, I don't really have a whole lot to close with. I think it was fair. I appreciated Jared's sentiment at the end about not weaponizing their words and like they're human beings, they make mistakes. I mean, that's what I've been saying, right? Like, you get that crowd who's just like, any mistakes means the company's mismanaged, but they're all mismanaged. It's just a bunch of humans doing the best they can, and I think this team does a great job. They have my confidence, and Jared is, I mean, he's got to be the best community manager in gaming that I know of. So I got that going for him. It'll be interesting to see what they choose to do with 4.9. I can't remember what they had in it aside from instancing and the Siege for Orison, but somebody was saying they've already got instancing on the out there for testing. So, I mean, seems like they're pretty ahead of the ball on that one, but we'll see. I mean, even if they just scaled 4.9 back to just instancing and Siege of Orison, that would still be a big update. So. I think there should also be some acknowledgement that these kind of things are, in a sense, unstoppable. Like, there's only so much developers can do. Yeah, 100%. There's a long time. As long as the game is in development, catastrophic patches will happen again. Yeah. Like even post 1.0, it's not guaranteed to be flawless. Yeah, 100%. 100%. There was somebody having a bad day on our Discord the other day, and they were talking about how, you know, they were at their breaking point because of the 4.8 patches and things just not going well for them. And that's the advice I've gave them. I'm like, dude, if it affects you that way, you cannot treat this as your main game. Like, take breaks, walk away, step away. Just, you don't want to get sucked into that spiral of frustration. You know, like, this is my main game for ever, you know, but I don't play it that way right now. Like, I take big breaks. I take a week off here, a week off there. When I do play, you know, I play a night or two. It's just, you know, I know what my tolerance level is for this kind of stuff. And I understand, right? Like, I'm somebody that has a very high degree of understanding about the technical aspects around a project like this. Not game development per se, but just in general, like the systems on the back. And I still get frustrated by it. And I play within those limits. And that's what you got to do. You can't push it further than your tolerance level is. Like, that's the only advice I got. I've been playing a lot of Crusader Kings lately. I've been enjoying that. It ended early with recurring crashes. The instancing test. Good to know. Healthy distance is player managed after all. 100%. 100%. Well, this was fun, man. I appreciate everybody hopping out for a special night. I normally don't stream Thursday nights. I usually do them live, but like I said, I was AFK this day. If you're around on Saturday, I would love to have you out for the Saturday stream. I try to start as early as I can on Saturdays. I try to get between 2 and 3, but honestly, it ends up being usually between 3 and 5 Eastern. But I go all night usually. Not CK2, CK3. Oh, you're trying Stellaris? That is on my list. I am definitely wanting to try out some Stellaris since a lot of people have been telling me that one's really good, so I will definitely be checking it out. But yeah, CK3, that's currently where I'm at. This is probably the furthest I've ever got into a campaign. I started with the Norse, and I just got the achievement. What do they call it? The High King of the North Seas, where you kind of unify Denmark and England and what else? Denmark, England, and something north of Denmark there, and Norway. That's been fun. I've also conquered northern France, so it's going well. But yeah, I'm still in the phase where like managing the handoffs to your heir is just, oh my gosh. I spend all my time in that game right now. Like, my king dies, my heir takes control, and then I spend my heir will take control at like age of 18, right? I spend the first 40 years of his life just getting the kingdom back in order. And then I got about like 10 years of his life to actually advance the kingdom, and then I repeat the whole process all over again. So that's where I'm at in that game right now. I'm probably just not managing it well, but yeah, it's fun. I love the Craig Mullins loading screens. Yeah. Norse playthrough is classic. High melee skill, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm having fun with it. Was fun. I'll try to stop in. Love to see you. We'll try to not all be nodding off together at the end on Saturday. Got to kill off your area. Well, I need one of them, Connor. What I do is I either so whenever I'm getting close to the end of the king and I know it, this is terrible. But I'll take a lot of my children and I'll just put them into the field in situations that are hopeless, and I just let them die in battle. Or if I have to, I'll disinherit them, but that really costs you a lot of like generational points, which you can spend on really good stuff. So I try not to do that. And send them to the I don't know how to actually send them there. I've had them come to me and ask permission to go there, and yes, please, as long as they're not my only heir, I let them do it. But yeah, LOL, that's totally what I do. Yeah. Anyway, cool. Well, it's been real. I gotta get to bed. Tomorrow is a final work day of the week. TGIF. Out of context, that statement is crazy, right? And night carbide. Have a good one. I'm gonna try to chop this up and have. I mean, not that you guys care. You guys have seen the whole thing, but just FYI, I'll be launching the highlights of this on the tube, and then I'll be back at it on Saturday. Hope to see you then. Take care. Have a good night, all. Roll out.